Solo vamos a tener. In a few minutes, we will begin day two of the AmeriGEO 2025 week. Those of you that are already in the auditorium, thank you so much for your patience and thank you for being here. We will begin shortly. We're just fine tuning the final details so this experience will be unforgettable for everyone. Thank you.
Pronóstico del tiempo ideal para el segundo día de AmeriGEO 2025, martes 12 de agosto. En la mañana se espera cielo ligeramente.
Thank you to everybody that is in the Virginia Gutierrez Auditorium for the Social Sciences Department from National University of Columbia, the Bogota campus. Today is day 2 for our academic agenda for the AmeriGEO 2025 week, organized by the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute called EDM and the Geographic Agustin Codazzi Institute called EGAC in Colombia, with the support of the National University of Colombia, the Observatory of Earth, and the financial support from the Government of Canada. For both entities organized, it is an honor to give you a very special welcome to this encounter that turns Bogota today into the epicenter of regional cooperation and geospatial data and observation of the Earth. Every year, this conference of the Observation Group of the Earth of the Americas, GEO, unites specialists, representatives of different space agencies, institutions, governments, academic sectors, organizations at an international level, and the private sector throughout the Americas to share knowledge, experience, and solutions with a clear purpose to strengthen the use of geospace information to face the environmental challenges, social challenges, and economic challenges that unify us as a region. We especially greet all the people that at this time are connected via our live streaming, via our official YouTube channels from the EDM and the EGAC. Welcome, everyone. We remind everybody, all of the participants, that if you want to use simultaneous translation services, if you require it, either English or Spanish, you can pick up your headsets outside and pick up a translation headset. Up next, we will have our opening ceremony for day 2 in our AmeriGEO 2025 week agenda. In this space, we will have the participation of Dr. Gustavo Marulando Morales, General Director of the Geographic Agustin Codazzi Institute, IGAC, Dr. Giseliane Echeverri, General Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute, EDM, Dr. Dave Farther, General Director of GEO Canada, General Director of the Observatory of Earth by Satellites and Environment and Climate Change Canada as well. Together with them, we will be having online Mr. Ernest Champo, the Coordinator of Development for the group of the Observatory of the Earth. Welcome, everyone. Please welcome us for this opening ceremony. I invite you all one by one to give us your opening regards. Dr. Marulanda, welcome first. Good day, how are you? Mr. Gislan, welcome. Dr. Dave Harper, welcome as well. Please come up. In this scenario, wherever you feel more comfortable, Dr. Marulanda, would you like to come up to the stand or would you like to speak from the chair? Up there? Okay, welcome. Thank you. Very good day to each and every one of you. Dr. Echeverri, General Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies, EDM Institute, to Mrs. Marilyn Calbo, Geo Principal from Costa Rica, and geographer from the Meteorological Institute of Costa Rica, Mr. Kenneth Rosales, Geo Principal of Guatemala, Coordinator and Chief of the Department of the Ministry of the Environment and Resources of Guatemala, Mayor William Galarzas, Principal of Ecuador, and
Recording in
Geographic
progress.
Director of the Military Section of Ecuador, Dave Harper. Thank you so much for accompanying us today as well. Geo Director for Canada and General Director of Observatory for Satellite Imagery in the Canadian Institute, Ilian Matthews, Executive Director of AmeriGEO, Orenia, leader of international cooperation from LANOA, different representatives from the different agencies, space agencies of America. Raul Kuchevsky, Director of the National Commission of Space Activities from Argentina. Luvia Vitas, Chief of the Cabinet of the Observation Division of Geoinformatics Institute, the National Institutes of Space Research from Brazil. Giudani Kropny, forgive me the pronunciation, General Director of Space Usage for the Space Agency of Canada. And Jose Jesus Banacera Gonzalez, representatives of the Research and Development Investigation, EDM from Peru. To each and every one of the different representatives of the different international organizations, the different embassies, the private sector, the different academic institutions, and the organizations from civil society that are here gathered in person as well as virtually in this date, and to the different delegates and representatives from the scientific community, academic communities, and the technical communities throughout the Americas that are participating in the AmeriGEO 2025 week. On behalf of the GAC in its 90-year anniversary, it's a special welcome to this AmeriGEO Week, where we have the privilege of participating as co-hosts together with the Meteorology EDM Institute and the support of the National University of Columbia, which we deeply thank for receiving us in their home in this beautiful space, which was awarded a National Architecture Award. I will special greeting and express a special gratitude to the Government of Canada and especially to the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change of Canada for your collaboration and help in allowing us to have this event. And also as a recognition, a special recognitions to the GEO Group from the Observation of Earth as a fundamental promoter and consolidation of cooperation at a space level throughout the Americas. our most sincere gratitude to the different international delegations that have traveled from different parts of the continent to unify your efforts and join us in this week, this work week, and of sharing experiences. Your presence here and your participation enriches us in this event enormously. We are very hopeful of learning from your experiences, your best practices, and the geospace environment to potentialize and strengthen our capacities to better respond to concrete challenges such as climate change, water management, food security, and the preservation of biodiversity on Earth. The knowledge and the perspectives from each and every one of you or us will allow us to continue to grow together as a community, to continue to share innovative ideas, and to strengthen our capacities in order to face global challenges. We thank you for your commitment with the collaboration and exchange of knowledge, and we hope that with interest we will have your contributions and your experiences expressed throughout this entire week. I super value the possibility of strengthening the connections between the different communities to promote cooperation between national, regional, and international levels in order to continue to advance and potentializing and strengthening observation data for Earth with socioeconomic data, with different investigation, research process, data science, citizen observations, and ancestral knowledges as well, amongst many other sources, to make better decisions, informed decisions, and to face global challenges. This space is an important step toward the construction of a holistic space vision that will guarantee and prioritize the well-being of people, aligned with the 2023 agency and in compliance with the SDGs. We have to continue to work via the observation of the Earth and application of technologies at a geospace level. We can continue to make decisions that are more and more informed from the public sector, from the academic sectors, the different guilds and associations, and society in general. We have to be more prepared to face global challenges. The observation group of Earth at a global level has determined a course of action via a work plan under the concept of the intelligence of Earth that invites all of us to work in the observation of Earth to strengthen the supply of data, to work for the communities that with capacities to exploit the wealth of data, geographic data to the max, and different services with value added for decision makers. This roadmap is an invitation to guide our regional agendas, which I invite all of us to join forces with together. Within this line, our challenge, my dear colleagues, is to protect life via the construction of a pact that will help avoid exclusion, that promotes equity, and that allows us to have a new relationship with the environment to benefit these communities and their development processes. Let's take advantage of the goodnesses that the exploitation of geospace data can give us to face these challenges. And lastly, I wanted to thank all of the different people that made this encounter possible, including our collaborators from the IGAC and the IDEAM, different public institutions, academic sectors, private sectors, and technical communities. Your dedications and efforts have been fundamental in order to be able to make AmeriGEO 2025 a reality. May all of you be welcome here to AmeriGEO 2025, and especially to Bogota, a city to work, but also a city to enjoy. And there's spaces for this as well. I am certain that this will be a very productive work week and full of fruitful experiences for everybody. Thank you so much for your assistance and participation. Dr. Marulanda, thank you so much. Now we invite Dr. Ghislaine Echeverri, General Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute, EDM. Welcome, Doctor. Very good day to all of you. On behalf of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute, EDM, it's an honor to once again welcome you to day 2 of this AmeriGEO week. I echo the greetings from our director Gustavo, and especially for the presence of Dr. Dave Harper, Geo Director for Canada and General Director for Observation of Earth via Satellites in Environment and Climate Change Canada. And also from Ernest Ishimbond, Coordinator for Development of Capacities from the Observation Group from Earth, which is accompanying us in this session to contribute with the vision and experience. Yesterday we began a space that confirmed the strength of regional cooperation and the relevance of putting the intelligence of Earth at the service of a sustainable future. It was clear that the incorporation of data at a geospace level, social level, and economic levels are not simply a hope and aspiration, but it's an urgent need in order to answer challenges that we share together as a region. security, climate change, the loss of biodiversity, risk management, and food security. Today, we will continue to advance an ASEAN roadmap with a strategic approach in the role of the different space agencies as catalyzers of processable information and how observations of Earth can actually promote the conservation of biodiversity and the mitigation of methane, and to value these capacities in order to strengthen security and resilience in our communities. Every session in this session is an invitation to connect knowledge with action, to join forces at a technical and scientific level to transform data into decisions and decisions into real solutions for our people and our territories. As hosts, we reiterate our conviction that science and innovation, when they are co-built together and with access, open access to information, these are powerful tools to guarantee fair, sustainable, and centered development centered on Earth, on life. Take advantage of this day to make a network, to learn from other people's experiences, and to together project a region that is better prepared, more informed, and more resilient. May you all be welcome to this second day two of the AmeriGEO Trade Week. Thank you, Dr. Echeverry. Mr. Dave Harper, General Director of GEO Canada, General Director of Observation of Earth via Satellite for Environment and Climate Change Canada. Welcome. A very good day. Thank you so much.
Colombia's national game, and I'm very proud to say that I won the match. It is an honor to be here today and to be part of what should be an excellent week-long program focused on supporting key challenges within the Americas through GEO. A very big thank you to our Colombian hosts, IGAC and EDM, and to all partners for coming together to make this event happen. It takes a community to put on an event like this, and Canada is proud to have contributed resources to support AmeriGEO Week 2025. This is an invaluable forum to exchange ideas, build partnerships, increase our capacity, and advance the use of Earth observation and intelligence to address common goals. As introduced, I'm David Harper. I'm the GEO Principal for Canada and the Director General for Satellite Earth Observation at Environment and Climate Change Canada. Since about 2018, I've been working with stakeholders in Canada as well as with our international partners to advance satellite Earth observation and GEO initiatives. I truly believe that increasing open data and strengthening international collaboration are key to addressing some of our global challenges, such as climate change, biodiversity, food security, water sustainability, and disaster management, as others have well stated. Recently, at the GEO Global Forum in Rome this past May, I was fortunate to participate in the joint regional GEOs event and deliver an AmeriGEO community status update presentation. I was very proud to have been able to highlight our regional influence on GEO governance, the strength of the AmeriGEO caucus leadership, and the support we receive from our coordinating working group. I was also able to provide highlights of Ecuador's GEO governance as an excellent approach to advance GEO initiatives nationally and provide details to participants on AmeriGEO Week 2025. We recently approved GEO Post 2025 work program, and there's a stronger focus on regional GEOs. I hope AmeriGEO Week 2025 sets the stage for advancing our regional priorities. Let's leverage this opportunity to engage our national leadership and experts and review our goals in alignment with the post-2025 strategy. The AmeriGEO Week program reflects our community's interests, presents an opportunity to advance your national objectives, and think about how we can align them to achieve common goals regionally and globally. Today, I would like to challenge everyone to engage in our dialogues, plenaries, side activities, and training throughout the week. with the fundamental objective of learning as much as we can from each other and strengthening collaboration across our region so that we can better leverage Earth observations and end-use applications to inform environmental and socioeconomic decision-making. I also want to challenge you to think about how we can increase engagement with academia, industry, NGOs, and indigenous communities, continue working with our international organizations such as CIOS, CGMS, and UNGGIM, and to connect our work with the GEO initiatives that are important for our region, such as GeoBond, GeoGlows, and GeoGlam. As a member of the Americas Caucus, I hope this event brings new information, new ideas, and an engaging program that everyone can participate in this week. Thank you for your contributions and your engagement. I hope this week is both interesting and productive for you. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Dave Harper.
Thank you
por
so
su
much, Dave Harper, for your intervention. Now we again thank you to Dr. Ernest Ashampo, which is online, accompanying us in this activity. Welcome, all of you.
Yes, I'm very happy to be here with you. On behalf of the GEO Secretariat, we extend our congratulations to AmeriGEO team for pulling this together. This is the first of the various regional events that are going to happen, and we are very happy to be part of it. Today, I will just share with you briefly what National GEO is capable of doing as far as the GEO work program is concerned. Could you kindly share the presentation, please? Thank you very much. Yeah, so quickly, you have seen what has happened at the beginning of this year. That's in May, when we had the GEO Global Forum. And it was a very interesting event that happened for the global community. And so today, this is one of the key outputs that happened. And so I would like to briefly share with you the post-2025 GEO work program. What are the challenges, opportunities, and the crucial role of national GEOs in making sure that GEO advances as far as Earth intelligence is concerned. Next slide, please. And so there were three main outcomes as far as we're concerned when it comes to the GEO Global Forum. As you know, the GEO Global Forum is the first forum that happened in Rome in May. And one of the key things that we celebrated was the 20 years anniversary of the existence of GEO. Again, it was the time we launched the post-2025 GEO work program, which is going to steer the path of GEO for the next 10 years. Next slide. The GEO work program, as we all know, has gone through a lot in terms of iteration. And so this year, the post-2025 GEO work program is unique. In terms of its structure, it is very unique in terms of how it has been fashioned. It is demand-driven. It is focusing on real-world issues. It is service-oriented, and it is co-designed with users. What that means is that all over the world, the community contributed to the development of the GEO work program. As you can see, the work program itself is supposed to facilitate the achievement of the post-2025 strategy. Indeed, if you look at what has happened in Rome, we have set out a process of making sure that what is produced or delivered as part of the GEO work program delivers impact at the national level. Next slide. And so if you look at the map on the screen, you will see all the various contributors and stakeholders who helped develop the GeoWork program for the next decade. We have all our stakeholders in the Americas who contributed by means of work program activities, as well as initiatives and flagships that is going to help us deliver Earth intelligence for the next 10 years. Next slide. Indeed, if you look at the work program and the way it has been fashioned, it is going to advance what we see as innovations that will help us achieve some of the critical issues that have been identified in the Americas, especially when we talk about climate change, biodiversity conservation, disaster management. These are all critical issues that are affecting us. And so the work program activities are designed to develop solutions that will help achieve this. In all these, there are challenges that we face. At the national level, what we have realized is that there is a lack of coordination mechanism that is supposed to help advance the use of the tools and services that are delivered within the work program to ensure that it influences national policy and planning to address critical issues of development priorities as far as the various countries are concerned. Again, we can see the uneven distribution of resources, skills, and capacity. Now, if you look at a lot of our developing countries, we struggle as far as data is concerned. But at the same time, when you are looking at infrastructure, we are lagging behind. And so this work program is an opportunity for all countries within the GEO community to be involved so that we can all achieve the equity and equality that we want as far as the work program solutions are concerned. Next slide, please. Now, this is where national GEOs are critical when it comes to advancing the work of the GeoWork program. Indeed, if you look at what has happened, we have good examples of national GEOs that are working at a national level together with our various regional GEOs to use data, tools, and services that have been developed in the work program to address issues at a national level. Without our national GEOs, the services and tools and packages that are produced can never achieve the impact we desire. And so for us, national GEOs are indeed the foundation as far as the GeoWork program impact is concerned. Next slide, please. If you look at what is happening globally, we find ourselves in the moment of technological advancement. Now, with AI, open cloud, with new technologies and innovations that are happening around us, the work program in itself is taking advantage and leveraging these opportunities around us to create initiatives that are targeting the various problems that we face at the national level. The GEO community, indeed, we have to seize this opportunity to make sure that we are taking advantage of all these solutions to solve the problems we face at the national level. National GEOs, indeed, are not just implementers of the GeoWork program activities, but they are co-architects as far as its success is concerned in delivering Earth intelligence for all GEO community members. Next slide. Now, at the heart of all these are the people that are involved. Stakeholders are making sure that we are working together to deliver Earth intelligence for all as stipulated in the post-2025 strategy. At this point, let me leave you with a brief video that will help us understand the perspective where we are coming from. Indeed, the GEO Secretariat stands ready to support the GEO community But at the same time, we need the resources and the encouragement of our GEO members in making sure that we coordinate globally all the effort to deliver Earth intelligence for all. Shall we play the video, please?
Our planet is facing multiple crises that threaten each and every one of us. From biodiversity loss and land degradation, undermining the well-being of billions of people, to rising sea levels, droughts and heat waves, becoming an existential risk for entire nations, the urgency to act has never been clearer.
We really don't have a choice. We have to understand the world that we're living in, how to protect it, how to preserve it.
Understanding our planet is no longer optional, and seeing clearly is the first step to acting wisely. By bridging the gap between science, policy, and industry, GEO ensures that Earth observation data is not just collected, but translated into Earth intelligence solutions that create positive real-world impact.
When we are so focused in a specific area, for example, economic growth, or even just for biodiversity, we may ignore the other elements. And Earth intelligence, I think, it does not mean intelligence for a certain group of people, but how we can balance different needs, and then in the long term, we can survive.
In terms of the submissions to the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, 90% of the countries have used geospatial data, combine it with ground data.
Without open data and without open knowledge, there will be no Earth intelligence for all.
This is where the unique capacity of GEO to convene the Earth intelligence community comes in, to transform knowledge into policies and policies into action.
No one alone can manage large processes related to digitalization and climate change and biodiversity losses. And I think GEO is the ideal organization where the different stakeholders can collaborate, then go back into their communities to create an impact.
All this is made possible by the GEO Secretariat staff who work behind the scenes to drive partnerships, advance Earth intelligence, and support key initiatives.
It's an exciting time for GEO. We're looking to develop the future vision, transform GEO into this very future-oriented organization, and so it's a great time to get involved.
We have to leave something as beautiful as we received it, if not better, and so I think that's why we're here.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the GEO Secretariat, we congratulate you for this year's AmeriGEO event in Bogota, Colombia. Thank you.
We thank each and every one of the members that formed this main table for your interventions. Now we will greet especially the representatives that form the group of observation of the Earth, delegates of the space agencies and international organisms, government entities of member countries, the academic community, scientific community, and of course each and every one of you whose commitment makes possible that the vision of AmeriGEO continues to grow. After this opening ceremony, we will begin the high-level dialogue synergies of space agencies with AmeriGEO in the Americas. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Dave Harper, General Director of Canada GEO and General Director of Earth Observation by Satellite and Environment and Climate Change Canada. Mr. Harper is responsible of encouraging Earth observation on government level to lead the development of the Arctic of Canada, interact with the academic sector and private sector, and represent ECCC in the Satellite Committee of Earth Observations, ZEUS, as well as in the group of satellite coordination for meteorology. Before this, Mr. Harper directed the collection and data management for climate and environmental data to support water service, climate, and meteorology in Canada as a General Director for monitoring services and data in Canada. Mr. Harper has a Master's in Biologic Sciences by l'Université Montréal and double specialization in biology and environmental sciences by McGill University. Joining him will be a select group of panelists, amongst them Dr. Gustavo Maluranda Morales, General Director of the Agustin Codazzi Geographic Institute, and Mr. Raúl Kuczewski, National Director of Space Activities with I in Argentina. Online, we will be also joined for this first intervention by Ludia Viñas, Chief of Cabinet of the Observation Division of Earth and Geoinformatic of the Space Institute International in Brazil. And we will also be joined by Gennady Krupnik, General Director of Use of Space of the Canadian Space Agency. And we're also joined by Jesus Pasadera Gonzalez, representative of the National Commission of Research and Aerospatial Development of Peru. Welcome, all of you. You may carry on and continue with this panel. All right.
Just build a more sustainable future, but also build resilience, and in the end, save lives. Now, we all know that building a more resilient and sustainable future aligned with national priorities is going to take a lot of hard work. Part of the work for us will include ensuring that the implementation of the GEO work program aligns with regional and national priorities, as well as adopting a more integrative approach in which the private sector, NGOs, and indigenous communities can contribute to advancing the Earth intelligence perspective. Today we're going to put that tough question to our panelists who represent data providers and space agencies in our region, but also hope the audience here and those joining us virtually will take the time to consider how we map our AmeriGEO work to the GEO work program. What are your national priorities in Earth intelligence? How can we achieve more as a region? Without further ado, let's begin our exploration into Earth intelligence for a sustainable future of the Americas with our panel, which takes its title from the theme of AmeriGEO 2025. During this panel, we will delve deeper into how our region is collectively harnessing Earth observation data to address our shared challenges. We've brought together space agencies from the region to share their activities, insights, and explore innovative approaches for leveraging Earth intelligence, which refers to the integration of Earth and social knowledge to support decision-making. Today I'm joined by representatives from Colombia, the Colombian Space Commission, Argentina, the National Commission for Space Activities, Brazil, the National Institute for Space Research, Canada, the Canadian Space Agency, and Peru, the National Commission for Aerospace Investigation and Development. In the next hour or so, we will highlight how these space agencies are leveraging Earth intelligence and their engagement in GEO and AmeriGEO to inform decision-making, support national and regional priorities, and benefit communities across the Americas. We'll hear from each panelist, who will give a 7-minute presentation sharing practical examples that demonstrate the value of Earth intelligence in addressing user needs in areas across geo-thematic focus areas. We'll also want to discuss opportunities to enhance coordination and expand the impact of Earth intelligence across the region. Finally, we hope to make connections with work our agencies are doing with other bodies, such as the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites. Following the presentations, I'll moderate a panel discussion. I would now like to give host privileges and introduce the first panelists. Please welcome Dr. Gustavo Marulanda, representative of Colombian Space Commission, for his presentation. Thank you.
Bueno,
Well,
de nuevo muy buenos días.
once again, good
En
morning to all.
estos 5 minutos
During the next 5
no tenemos
minutes,
más tiempo.
we don't have more time than
Aquí
that.
nos van a estar monitoreando.
We will be monitored
Básicamente lo
on
que voy
time.
es a hacer un
Basically, what I'm going to
contexto
do
muy
is a
rápido
general
de
context and
qué
quick
es la
context
Comisión
of what
Colombiana
the
del
Colombian
Espacio, cómo
Commission
viene
of Space
funcionando,
is and
pero
how it's been
también,
working, but
como nos lo ha
also,
pedido el
as
moderador,
our
unos
moderator has
ejemplos
asked,
prácticos de
some
lo que
practical
venimos
examples
haciendo
of what we've been
desde la
doing
Comisión, desde lo
since
que
from the
venimos haciendo.
Commission, from the Agustín Codazzi Geographic Institute in this line in particular. Here we are. All right. So first subject. What is the Colombian Commission of Space? I'm sorry, the microphone is not linked to my translation. To be able to manage space information in our country. You can see here which are the entities that are part of this commission. We're speaking of 15 Colombian state entities that are within this commission. We highlight, of course, entities as important as the aerospace force in Colombia, led by the government, defense, chancellors, education, agriculture, transportation, interior, on a minister level, and within entities we have Agustín Codazzi Geographic Institute, Civil Aeronautic, IDEAM, which is part of the process, APC, and the National Department of Planning. What roles do these entities have within this Colombian commission? I highlight three. One, the Aerospatial Force of Colombia, which has the executive secretariat of the Colombian organization since 2012, serves as a technician within this construction. Agustín Codazzi is part of this technical committee, and it leads the technical talk tables that leads with each of the sub themes, Earth observation, communications, defense matters that are more under the role of aerospace force and the ministry, but we also do specific works with them in those groups of work that I'm telling you. We have satellite subjects, legal fundaments, and international matters. These work groups have been gathering over the last 2 years in a very active way. We've been having a series of conversations in each of these subjects in a more efficient way in terms of space capacities in Earth observation, capacities in satellite communication, and subjects of legal foundations. Yesterday we were talking precisely of how this subject should be organized for Colombia. Part of what we're doing precisely from the Colombian Commission of Space is how we generate an institutionality that allows us to approach and advance in a more structured way as a country in these matters. Following examples as the agencies that other countries have in the region that have gotten good results. In Colombia, we don't have this yet. We only have an entity for support, for advisement, but we need to restructure and redefine an entity that is more structured, that allows us to advance in this subject. This is part of what we're working on. We presented a law project with the Space Agency of Colombia and Security. Unfortunately, we were not able to put it into Congress, into the floor. We're going to try to present it once again, but with the geospatial subject. Number two, we want to create institutionality from the president's office that may have for now the handling of this subject. We've been working also with interinstitutional meetings to acquire satellite capacities for Earth observation. We've been exploring several possibilities that strengthen our satellite presence, but not only in this matter, but also in how we can make alliances by following other initiatives that allow us to work with the countries of the region precisely to strengthen these capacities. And we've been doing some satellite images, passive and active, in the last years for 2025 and 2030. We've also been generating a series of tools and a series of elements. Yesterday we cited some of them: the Observatory of Earth and the region, the GeoVisor that has IDEAM that allow us to effectively start sharing information, but also share it so that society can use said information, knowledge tools, geographic data, and web platforms. We cited one of the fundamental elements to be the Observatory of Earth and Territory, where in the country has uh, daily satellite images of medium resolution that allows us to make monitoring, but not only having the observatory with daily images, but also how to, from there, we can generate intelligence processes that allow us to extract the best possible information from these sort of subjects. With algorithms, AI, and others, we've been trying to do a series of developments that allow us to identify subjects such as the deforestation, multi-purpose cathastor that allows us to identify the changes that happen in the territory. We've seen uses for agriculture and other relevant subjects for us, data analysis, AI application for this subject. Association with state agencies. Today, 90 public entities are already using the Observatory of Earth and Territory to be from their own competencies to do this task, to manage data assertively through the Colombian infrastructure of space data that allows us, beside integrating, but also interoperate information with other geo services that generate from the different entities in the manner that we can have updated information that allows us to monitor effectively the territory. To conclude, some of the uses that we've been giving to this type of information: agro, cadastral, geologic, geodesic, cartographic, spatial, for subjects such as the land use or and the organization of territory, which become fundamental and which are all part of our land use and planning, land for use for water, food security, and how we work in an effective and efficient way these convergence subjects in the territory. We made note of, we noted inequalities within between countries and the regions. We have something similar happening in terms of the capacity and knowledge generation. Part of what we do is this matter, and these are some of the examples that we have of how we share this information so that it can be used by the different actors, public and private both. All of this information is free information, open data information that allows us, all of us, to generate a type of information task in which we are working on how do we generate capacities and competencies institutionally of space data, but also on a societal level for guilds and associations for all of this information to be beneficial for all of society. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It is an honor to be here with all of you today. So my gratefulness to the Geo community and in particular to our Colombian colleagues that extended the invitation to be joining you today. Well, if you could please put the presentation. Okay. The presentation, the idea of this presentation is to share with you about something that on the one hand has the particularity of having concrete examples of collaboration of CONAE with space agencies of the Americas, but also because I thought it was interesting to highlight the value of satellite information and Earth observation as it pertains to the oceans, the seas, and internal waters. Oftentimes, it's a sort of side subject, and I thought it would be interesting to give this view of what we work in Conan and, of course, what we can contribute with all of the American countries, taking into account that, for example, the third part of the population of the uh, American countries are in coastlands. So waters and oceans and seas is very important to have collaboration that we can have from Earth observation in these matters. First of all, I want to highlight the importance of the ocean in Argentina, for example. If you can see it here, we have a platform, a continental platform that's extends, but a sand one that's even larger, 3 times the continental platform. And there is something that we need to keep in mind, and it's that the oceans and the seas are very particular environments, very dynamic, very diverse. So the understanding of this dynamic to be able to provide support to all of the activities of man as related to the ocean, but the caretaking of the environment and of the oceans is fundamental, and observation and the images of Earth observation can help with all of this. So we have very interesting work that was done in 2024 regarding the importance of the sea in Ibero-America. I don't know if you can see here all of the data. Uh, the first one I was mentioning, like a third part of the population of the American countries live in coastlines. And without a doubt, satellite information can contribute, on the one hand, to environmental monitoring because with all of the activity that gets developed in the coastlands, but also in close areas where we see fishing activities that is intensive and not always controlled. It's something that we need to keep an eye on and control so we can contribute from the care of the environment for production and food security. Because we can, from the Earth observation, for example, to detect red seas when we see planks that it may be contaminated and prevent facts that may affect the health of people in coastlines, but also in internal water flows. So satellite information is fundamental in this sense. Everything that has to do with the safety control for seas, ports, coasts, transportation of energy, and connectivity. So, while obviously everything that has to do with information, and we talked yesterday a lot about this in this panel, conversations with territorial control and information, how much it can contribute to territorial control, and it's something that concerns us in Argentina. We must not forget about the seas and the oceans. So like 2 concrete examples of developments of satellite missions from CONAI. I wanted to share one that our operation, it was a satellite mission that was very important that we developed with NASA, Aquarius SAC-D, where Aquarius had the particularity of being the first observation instrument for the Earth that was able to develop a map of globally of the oceans. And many of you may ask yourself, well, what does salinity and salt of oceans have to do with it? Well, this allows us to understand the dynamic of sea currents, and this helps us at the same time to understand the way in which climate of our country is developed. So on the one hand, of course, all of this information was available not only for, and this is something that I want to highlight and stress on. One thing is to develop satellite missions between countries, but that it does not go in detriment with the collaboration as far as the information. And in particular, from the CONAE perspective, to be able to contribute information to all of the countries with which we have cooperation is fundamental, and it's one of the pillars of the activities that we develop in CONAE. And now to talk about our current mission, which is Sabia Mar. It is dedicated, in particular, today we have in CONAE operational satellite mission with 2 satellites, and we're developing our next mission, which is Sabia Mar, that has the particularity of being developed in collaboration with the Brazilian Space Agency, working as well with the IMPEC, and in our we have Sabia Mar A for Argentina, Sabia Mar B with Brazil, but we're working jointly, thinking how we're going to take advantage, an optimal taking advantage of the information that these 2 satellites will be generating. And of course, that from CONAB, and I'm sure also from the Brazilian agency, we invite all of our colleagues to be able to use the information from Savia Mar that will be available. Right now, for example, in November, we're going to be having a workshop of Argentinian and Brazilian scientifics to see all the possible uses that we can have for Savia Mar. And here I want to talk about what are the different alternatives that we may have with satellites. This is what SAOCOM, which is a satellite that we thought to be for the continental platform. This is what it contributes to the oceans and seas. This is what Sabia Mar will be contributing with SAOCOM as far as revisiting the same products. And this is what Sabia Mar is going to be able to contribute particularly. So this huge list serves and helps that so that from Colombia and other Latin American countries we can think of applications as to how we can work jointly and together. So thank you very much.
Gracias, Raul. It's wonderful to see the progress being made on Sabia Mar, and the fact that CONAE embraces open data and shares the data from Aquarius. It's a wonderful mission and project. So, gracias. I'd like now to turn it over to Lubia Viñas, who serves as the Chief of Staff at the Division of Earth Observation and Geoinformatics National Institute for Space Research. Dr. Viñas is joining us online, so over to you. Thank you so much.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Si puedes presentar
If you
mis
could please
slides, por favor.
present my slides.
Bueno, en nombre de mi
On
institución,
behalf of my
agradezco mucho la
institution, I
invitación a este
thank
panel.
the invitation to this panel.
Yo entiendo español
I
y lo hablo
understand
un
Spanish
poco.
and I speak a
Sin
little
embargo,
bit.
no creo que mi
Nevertheless,
español
however,
sea
I don't think my
bueno
Spanish is good
suficiente
enough
para una
to
presentación
do a
técnica.
technical
Así
presentation.
que
So
disculpen,
I
pero
apologize,
ahora
but I
hablaré
will
en
be
inglés.
speaking in English.
Well, the National Institute for Space Research is a research unit under the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Brazil. The institution was created to bring to the country the capabilities in space-related scientific research and technological development. Over time, INPE, its scope of broad activities to space science, space engineering, Earth observation, meteorology, and Earth system science. Brazil is a member of GEO, and as a country, with the principal appointed by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. However, the GEO principal alternate is INPE's director. As you can see, our activities in Earth observation, INPE has been involved in the full cycle of providing data from satellites since 1999, when we launched the first satellite of the CBER series, a collaboration between Brazil and China. We act from the demands of the community to the archiving, curation, and dissemination of events and products. Next slide, please. Currently, we have 3 operational missions, 2 satellites from the CBER series, CBERS 4 and CBERS 4A, and 1 satellite that was completely developed, designed, and launched designed in Brazil. We have the Amazonia 1, which has only 1 single camera. And the applications that our satellites are aimed to are environmental applications. As an example, next slide, please. For example, it's very important for Brazil to monitor the state of vegetation, the natural vegetation in our biomes. Brazil is a very big country, very diverse country. We have different biomes along the country, and because of that, we cannot do any monitoring without the use of satellite technology. For example, in this slide, using the biome, the Amazon biome as an example, we have 3 projects. PRODES, which provides the annual inventory of deforestation for the region. We have the TER, which generates daily alerts of deforestation and forest degradation. And Terra Class, which does the biannual mapping of land use and land cover on the forested areas. All the data generated and the imagery used to do this, to carry on these projects, are openly available on the internet, as well as the methodology to make the best use of the new sensors and computing capabilities available. In this slide, you can see that we are reorganizing our entire Earth observation data collection to produce data analysis ready. Our goal is for our collection of data to be used within the paradigm of intensive computing, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence applications. Next, please. So we have organized collections of data from our satellites, from meteorological satellites, and including satellites from third parties, which we have agreements to provide data mirror sites in Brazil. For example, the case of Sentinel-2 missions, the Copernicus missions. Next slide, please. The Brazil Data Cube project is a project focused on creating and utilizing data cubes from medium resolution remote sensors for Brazil. This project is very successful. We have built multi-dimensional data cubes from Landsat, CBERS, Sentinel-2, and this project became very important for applications for Brazil, not only in INPE, but from partners, other government institutions, academia, and also a way for us to do collaboration in terms of time series, remote sensing, data time series, and artificial intelligence methodologies for mapping with organizations abroad as well. Next. As you can imagine, it's not easy to deal with big data of Earth observation data. The next step linked to the Brazil Data Cube project was to provide a spatial data science platform at INPE, where the data can be processed in the same infrastructure where the data is stored. We are sharing INPE's computing infrastructure, and we have the tools for extracting and producing information. This gives us flexibility to accommodate new demands. The Cube Geospatial Data Science Lab is a platform for processing and analyzing large volumes of geospatial data, particularly satellite imagery, of course, using the state-of-art in these platforms like Jupyter-based graphical interfaces and supports R or Python scripting. Next, please. As an example, the land use land cover that we are producing for the Amazon biome was generated using time series and using this environment that of the Brazil Data Cube and the Brazil Data Cube lab. Next, here is another example that we expanded it for other domains. The Harmonize project is a project that carried on by Brazil INPE and Fiocruz, which is a very famous foundation related to health in Brazil. And in this project, it focuses on using science, technology, and also local knowledge to improve health and sustainability in a set of regions in Brazil in the context of climate change. The project aims to integrate several sources, including drone imagery, for example, health records and climate data, to identify areas vulnerable to climate-sensitive diseases. The Harmonize is part of an international consortium, which includes institutions from Spain, Colombia, and other organizations. Otros countries, sorry. Next, please. Charter. It's another example that I elected to present here. Brazil, INPE represents Brazil in the charter, International Charter, Space and Major Disasters, where we provide satellite images to support emergency response efforts during major disasters. INPE not only collaborates with the data from its own satellites, but also with its expertise and tools to generate the data, to process the data, and to generate the maps. Next. Well, it's a very short presentation. I had to choose what to show, and I hope that it was interesting to you, and I'll be available for the discussions in this session. Thank you.
Sensitive and diverse ecosystems in the world, but also the work on the downstream use of analysis-ready data and promoting access to that. So kudos for that. Now we'll turn it over to a good friend of mine, Mr. Gennady Krupnik, Director General of Space Utilization at the Canadian Space Agency, who will also be joining us online. Over to you, Gennady. Can you hear me, Gennady? Okay, we're just not hearing you. No. Is that our end or the? Okay.
Agradecemos al interlocutor por
We would ask you to please activate your sound on your microphone. Maybe your microphone is muted for some reason. It might be muted. Let's test your sound, please. Can you hear us? He might be muted. We know that you hear us, but we can't hear you. Can you please check if your microphone is activated? Could you please activate it and deactivate it again? And try again. Let's see if we can hear you this time, please. Could you say something?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you. So, could you please start the presentation? Good morning, buenos dias. Next slide, please. Canada's journey in space began in 1962 with the launch of Alouette-1. We became the third country in the world to design and build our own satellite, making the start of a legacy rooted in science and engineering excellence and international collaboration. That legacy continued with iconic contributions to the space enterprise, like the first in the world broadcasting satellites, Canadarm1, and our flagship of Earth observation program, RadarSat family of synthetic aperture radar satellites. From Alouette to Artemis, Canada's space story is one of vision, partnership, and purpose. Today, we operate the third generation of the RadarSat family systems, RadarSat constellation mission, and working on ensuring critical and strategic synthetic aperture radar data continuity through RadarSat Plus program, which will see addition of the fourth satellite to RadarSat constellation by the end of 2020s and complete replacement of the RadarSat constellation with a new generation system in mid-2030s. We are also advancing development of missions like Hawk and WildfireSat and finalizing planning of Digital Canada, SNOWMAS mission, and Arctic Observing mission. These initiatives will help us better understand environment, weather, and climate, and enhance climate resilience in response to the climate challenges, reinforcing Canada's role in using space for betterment of life on Earth. Next slide, please. From the early days, we have been collaborating with other nations to bring Earth intelligence to the service of humanity. One of the examples of such effective and efficient collaboration is the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters. The Canadian Space Agency is one of three founding members of the Charter. Established in 2000, the International Charter Space and Major Disasters is a joint effort to put space technologies at the service of emergency responders. When the Charter is activated, its members, including agencies represented on this panel, make satellite images of devastated regions available to support relief efforts. Armed with reliable and accurate information, response teams are better equipped to save lives and limit damage to property, infrastructure, and the environment. As a member of the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters, the Canadian Space Agency provides satellite images is Next slide, please. While the most prevailing globally major disasters are floods, in recent years in Canada and around the globe, including Americas, we see an exponential growth of the wildfire. This year is particularly devastating in Canada. Not surprisingly, the threats of wildfires was one of the subjects of concern on agenda of the recent G7 summit in Canada. It is in that context that the Kananaskis Wildfire Charter 2025 was agreed upon. It was also endorsed by Australia, India, Mexico, the Republic of Korea, and South Africa. Starting in 2029, the Canadian Wildfire Constellation will provide near real-time updates twice a day with critical intelligence on wildfire behavior. It will enable wildfire managers to determine which wildfires have the potential to burn out of control. It will combine satellite data with information such as wind direction, land shape, vegetation type, and level of dryness, guiding the firefighting efforts and allocation of resources. By helping prioritize high-risk fires, it aims to reduce economic losses, protect ecosystem, and secure critical infrastructure. It will contribute to air quality forecasting during wildfire seasons and help scientists create better tools to predict how fires will spread and grow under different conditions. The data collected will be integrated into other existing fire management tools to aid decision-making and respond more quickly to wildfires. Next slide, please. As I already mentioned, international collaboration is at heart of the Canadian Earth Observation Program. As an alternate Canadian GEO principal and Canada's EU principal in the International Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, CEOS, I know how valuable is the work of these organizations. In 2024, Canadian Space Agency was the chair of CEOS. We took advantage of that role to promote more coordinated monitoring and protection of biodiversity worldwide. To do so, we worked with GeoBon and UNCBD, who are both based in Montreal, Canada, to establish a CEOS biodiversity entity. Among other contributions to GEO and CEOS, the CSA committed to share freely and at no cost high-resolution RadarSat-2 data over second, tropical forest areas for science purposes. And in collaboration with NASA, the CSA is running indigenous mapping workshop worldwide to merge modern science with traditional knowledge. Thank you for your attention.
Investigation and Development, who serves as the GEO Principal Alternate for Peru and the alternate co-chair for AmeriGEO. Over to you, Carlos.
Buenos días a todos y todas. Gracias. ¿Pueden proyectar la presentación, por favor? Sí, primero agradecer la organización del evento y la invitación a la Agencia Espacial del Perú, CONIDA. En este caso, en esta ocasión, para presentar los avances en temas de observación de la Tierra en el caso de Perú. Bueno, como Agencia Espacial del Perú, CONIDA, ya ha pasado los 50 años desde su creación, que fue en el año 74. Actualmente se ha actualizado, digamos, la misión y la visión de la Agencia Espacial del Perú acorde a las necesidades actuales del país. Esta es nuestra nueva misión que está presente.
Is our Earth station where we operate our satellite from Peru. From here, we actually manage and administrate and operate the satellite, the Peruvian satellite, catering to the needs of satellite imagery to all the different Peruvian states, entities, different universities throughout Peru, for academic purposes, for research purposes, and for also NGOs. The information that we capture is a free access. It's free, it has zero cost, and It's of open access. Currently, it's open access. And the next slide, I'll explain. The information is already available and can be accessed freely anywhere. And also, in the case of our direction or our division, which is my division, which is the Space Application and Geomatics division, we are in charge of ensuring that this information that the Sonoy actually receives will actually be translated into products and services that will be useful for the different needs. And these needs include different applications like disaster risk management, forest management, etc., etc. So within our direction or division, we mainly develop or do research related to these topics. That's what we know as applications for hydrometeorological, geological events, urban growth, and also we're working with issues related to data calibration for different systems that we use and receive. And we're also including and incorporating the use of new technologies such as IoT, AI, and others. So the division is more related with data intelligence. And also, we have another division for space studies, which is in charge of promoting and disseminating technology via courses, training workshops, technical assistance, etc. And this is work that we actually do for our entire territory. So providing not simply knowledge, but also providing information that is useful for the development of the different activities. Next slide, please. Very well. Now, as I mentioned before, these are the three different divisions that are mostly related with the development of data space intelligence for Earth. Not only the center that actually collects the information and data, which is a center where we operate the satellite from, we collect the Peruvian satellite data and geomatics data, which is in charge of adding value to that data as well and turning that data into actual useful information and knowledge for decision making. And also the strengthening of capacities and technical assistance, which is the Space Studies Division. Next slide, please. Very well. And let me tell you a little bit about the Peruvian satellite system. Well, our system is a concept that was adopted by the Peruvian space entity that involves the space segment and the land terrestrial segments, plus the users, which is one of our biggest members or users. And I already mentioned that we have our own satellite, which is PeruSat-1, which is our own Peruvian satellite. It's a submetric capacity satellite. And currently, the satellite had or has a projection, a useful life of 10 years. We've been operating the system for 9 years already. And currently, we have a catalog of images, higher than 500,000 images already, that have been stored from the Peruvian territory, not counting images that with cooperation efforts we take from other different regions and other satellites from other countries. And here, we don't only have access to PeruSat-1, but because of cooperation effort, we also have access to other different images like COSISAT-1, CONSAT, and SAUCON, which is the radar system that we've been working together with Argentinian governments to be able to have an exchange of data. From all of the information that is currently in our hands or that we're storing, current statistics show us that 27% of the information that we've stored is actually being used by institutions or our users. 27% of it is used. This is the equivalent to approximately 134,000 images that our users are actually utilizing. And these, at the same time, they represent a savings to the government of approximately 2,260 million soles. 2.6 something million soles. And these are the statistics. If we speak about before the satellite system in 2006, if we look at the previous statistics, if we look at the historics, just 5% of the users would actually use satellite imagery. So therefore, this is a big indicator for us that technology and space technology is not only contributing to the social development and economic development, but that's contributing to other sectors as well. However, there's a gap. That 27% of the users, we still have to exceed that. We have to increase that number to have it used in its totality. So our data have to be used in its totality, and that's why we've tried to implement new strategies. So how can we implement a platform to provide access and for data processing? This platform is known as GeoApp. Today, specifically speaking, I ask you. I apologize for Licenciado Pasajera that's in charge of presenting this product, but unfortunately he's not here, which will allow for the dissemination and for the generation of capacities to all users throughout Peru for the access of our system's images. And as future perspectives, our satellite already is 9 years old. We're in a process of closure, unfortunately, and we're trying to call a new project Perusac 2, which is not only a satellite using the same features and characteristics to try to continue to collect the same data that we've been collecting for 9 years now, but also we're trying to incorporate a radar system as well. So we're going to promote the National Satellite Imagery Repository, or we already started to promote this repository, and GeoVat, and also the use of free access data, such as like Landsat, Sentinel, and others. And plus all the new technologies that is of open knowledge, like artificial intelligence, cloud computing, so we don't overload the processing of data for the users. In the case of our region, there's many weaknesses in that case. Next slide, please. This is the next one. Okay, so this is one of the last slides on my deck, so I can conclude my talk. This one is quite important for us, our interactions with users. Conida actually works the products directly with our users. We work directly with needs-based or demand-driven. So these are some of the products that we have already started to generate for our users. For example, the first is a national image repository. The second is a mosaic of multi-resolution imagery where we have access to different types of images. And also we're working on monitoring illegal crops. In this case, the entity that is in charge is the due diligence to try to mitigate illegal crops. Ever since 2018, we have been working jointly in order to draft an annual report for any illegal crops in this case. And we've also started to implement with these experiences a permanent alert system, which is a 24/7 alert system to provide imagery for from the Peruvian satellite system for catering to any emergencies. We're also working jointly with different entities throughout the Amazon region to help monitor deforestation, mining, and illegal cutting of trees. On point 6, we're also mentioning the supporting the oversight or fiscalization. This is something that we had not foreseen in the past. And when we actually conceived the first satellite project. However, this resulted as a need. In fact, this is one of the biggest needs that our system has had, which is support the processing and prosecution. For example, feed the police with information, the prosecutor's offices, and different international and environmental prosecutors, and the comptroller's office as well. In fact, there's activities to monitor public works projects as well, which in some cases may be having corruption involved, and we can monitor that. Now with our systems, we've established certain mechanisms and guidelines so CANIDA can actually provide reliable and trustworthy information for those purposes of prosecution as well. We're also working on monitoring archaeological heritage monitoring and urban growth monitoring as well. So these are just a few of the products, or just a small list of the products that we wanted to mention quickly as some of the most important. And our users, they have many more needs. And well, the Perusac 2 project is going to try to respond or answer the other needs that are required. And to wrap it up, I wanted to thank you again for the invitation, and we'll open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Carlos. Amazing to see the work that CONIDA in Peru is doing. Congratulations on your 50th anniversary, and certainly well done on an inspiring vision and mission. Peru is exceptionally well organized, and its commitment to open data and end users is something to be admired for sure. So now we're going to move into some questions for our panelists. And the first one, we'll turn to you, Gustavo. What tools, platforms, or training resources does your agency offer or use to promote data democratization and expand access to Earth observation for broader user communities?
¿Escuchando? Ya.
Well, one of the large challenges that we have is precisely how do we make information to be open and for all of the users to if actually use the data in a way that we make sense to the efforts that we're already doing to have the information available. That's why I was naming in my presentation relevant subjects such as the Observatory of Earth and Territory, which allows us to have daily images of the national territory that allows us to do monitoring. And there I'm going to talk about something that's relevant, not only how we make this information available through maps of Colombia in a platform, www.maps.colombia, or an open platform that any citizen can access. Public entities can also access this information. But also, how have we started generating a series of products and services that allows us effectively to deliver to the citizen information and the entities information with added value, which is relevant to us. We have another platform which I think is relevant, which is Colombia OT, Colombia land use, territorial land use, where we have information of land use plans, municipally speaking and locally speaking. Close to 98% of the land use plans that allows us to have information for territory authorities to have this information, to use it, to know what's happening in their territory from what they've planned and what the execution has been happening from those development processes. But additionally, it allows citizens to work on a matter of rights, restrictions, and responsibilities. To understand these two elements, especially rights and restrictions regarding the information, is an element that is vital for all development processes. There's another series of platforms that we could highlight, but I want to mention mostly these two, which I think are fundamental. The director of IDEAM was citing one yesterday, and it has to do with the GeoVisor. Precisely with the subjects that have to do with deforestation, that have to do with the follow through and follow up with the droughts, etc., where from IDEAM we've been sharing information taken from satellite images and other types of tripod elements that allow us to provide citizens relevant information so that they can make their decisions.
Great tools being put in place in Brazil. Maybe, Lubia, if I could hear from you, what tools and platforms, training, or resources you're putting forward to promote data democratization in Brazil. she's not. Maybe Gennady, if you're still on, maybe I'll turn the question to you. What tools, platforms, or training resources does the CSA offer to promote data democratization?
The media, the journalists, and etc. And now we are creating panels that are specific, for example, for municipalities, so that one municipality has its own page. It just select its municipality, and then it shows the data specific for this municipality. So, for example, the municipalities in Amazonia, they are using these panels in the everyday actions for their planning, for the planning of actions, immediate actions, or for their public policies regarding the control of deforestation, degradation, and fire as well. Because, so this is very important for the end line of the consumers. Regarding the imagery, all as I mentioned before, our catalogs are being reorganized and they are being made available through the open protocols so that people can program their access to our catalog and use the imagery, especially academy, students, the researchers, and institutions that want to develop their own products.
No mic, sir, no mic. Look to your right, gentlemen.
As well, so
sorry, can you hear me now? Thank you so much for your input. I was keen to turn it over to Gennady at the Canadian Space Agency to ask what tools, platforms, and training resources they're putting in place to support data democratization. So Gennady, if you're online, question for you.
Thank you, David. In Canada, Earth Observation Data Management System, EUDMS, is the Government of Canada's archive and access system. It is managed by the Canada Centre for Mapping and Earth Observation under Natural Resources Canada. And the Canadian data from RadarSat-1 through RadarSat constellation data is available through EUDMS worldwide. In addition to that, open data is also mirrored on the Amazon Web Services Open Dataset Registry, as well as at the geo.ca portal. For RCM data, the Canadian Space Agency provides assistance for potential users from all over the world to obtain the vetted user, which allows a wide access to the RadarSat constellation data.
Thanks, Gennady. While I have you there, what strategies or mechanisms is the CSA implemented to support newer or emerging space agencies in building capacities?
Yeah. That is one of the important elements of our activities. We have bilateral and multilateral relationships with a number of emerging space agencies whom we are providing assistance by providing training and sharing best practices in satellite operations and as well data manipulation and processing. As well, we are moving even beyond the initial training. For example, in the international charter, we are one of the agencies providing training for aspiring new members of the charter.
Fantastic, thank you. Raul, I'll put the same question to you. What strategies or mechanisms has your organization implemented to support newer or emerging space agencies in building capacities?
Okay, thank you. Principalmente hasta ahora.
Mainly, so far, our collaboration with countries that have activities in emerging trainees have to do with training of human talent, which is the base of any activity. So the training of people with which has to do with capabilities in order to be able to develop the capacities in each of the countries is fundamental. We, through the Gulich Institute, we've received scholarships and scholarship receivers from all over Latin America. We have several courses trying to sustain that line of work, joint cooperation. That's important to us. But I also wanted to take the advantage of the moment because I see a lot of young people here. I also wanted to share the possibility that we have to cooperate with them. I don't really agree when we say sometimes that the youth are the future. No, the youth are the present and the future. So to work with them in incentivizing their interest in the spatial sector, space sector of countries and technologies and technology development is for us fundamental. So we want to continue to collaborate with all the countries that are part of AmeriGEO in this sense.
Impressive work. Maybe if Carlos is online still, from your perspective, how can the national GEOs or political representatives strengthen their role in shaping and implementing GEO's post-2025 work program?
Bien, sí. Bueno, ya ha mencionado varios puntos.
Several points have been mentioned by the panelists. In the case of Peru, we've been working with different mechanisms, not only on a national level, so that information that is produced starting from satellite images be useful information for decision making in different applications, right? For that, on our account, we do the technical effort as a space agency to make available data in different platforms, but there's also a gap, a normative gap, and in the case of Peru, we're working on that because our digital government office establishes certain requirements to meet the disclosure of this information. So for this, it is important that the technical part and the part that has to do with the norms with our ministries, with our digital government office, we need to be able to do the different protocols or rules that allow for this information to be used. For example, in the case of monitoring or prosecution or risk management. Currently, in risk management, just to give you an example, the evaluation of damages in the case of disasters is done basically through on-site visits. So through a guide or a manual that has been elaborated for the past 20 years, we need to update this. For example, we need to incorporate mechanisms for this damage evaluation be performed using satellite image information and derived products. So on our part, there's a task that still needs to be performed. We've started with some aspects, uh, damage evaluation, but we need to do a more in-depth analysis of all of the events. For example, not only we have floods, landslides, earthquakes, etc. So for all of these cases and the different needs of damage evaluation, in this case, we need new strategies, new technical documents that allow us to incorporate the use of Earth observation images. I think that on a regional level, we've also been working in this case with Colombia through IGAP to test the use of images for different applications. The matter of cartography or disaster management. If in a global level we can also make efforts to receive the support by or from the entities or from international entities that can support in these needs. Well, in this case, particularly Peru's. Um, Thank you very much.
Maybe Raul, thoughts on that in terms of how national geos can strengthen their role in shaping and implementing geos post 2025 work.
Muchas gracias. Well, we this year are working on the new version of our national space plan that probably not all of you know. Our national space plan is our roadmap for the next 10 years. We're working therefore in the new version 2025-2035. And within this national space plan, the international cooperation area is an important pivot, been a fundamental pillar, and everything that has to do with our action in this type of organizations, GEOs, CEOs, are our input to feed everything that has to do with that international cooperation pillar in our national space plan. So on the one hand, we're keeping in mind a lot of the recommendations of the post-plan 2025 GEO. I would like to share two issues. One was talking about the effort coordination to be able to obtain the information in time and shape. And and we mentioned it yesterday. It's fundamental to have the conversation with other state organisms. In Argentina, in March, for example, they created a new agency of coordination to disaster management. Management. And from our side, well, how do we dialogue and how do we understand what are the needs of that federal emergency agency to provide Earth information that is most useful for them within the best timely manner and with the data that they specifically require. On the other hand, we were also mentioning something about meteorology, climate. There are only two continents that don't have their own climate satellite, Africa and South America. So we've been talking for some time with the different climate and meteorological systems of the region to have our own satellite, which is very complex. Uh, we of course don't want to override the support we get from NOAA, but the South American continent has a particularity, which is besides the Amazon, is the Andes mountain range. which crosses from north to south our continent and that imposes climate conditions that are particular. So we could work with all of the countries of South America, not only with the development of this satellite, climate satellite, but with the verification, the validation of the data in seasons and stations in generating products. So for us, everything that Geo proposes, we keep it in mind as far as our present and future developments.
Great answers and great presentations from all our panelists. I want to thank everyone. Muchas gracias for all your hard work in terms of presenting articulate messages and answers to those tough questions. And it's very inspiring to hear what's being done in the countries that each of the panelists represented. It's inspiring to see that Earth observations are being used for for end use. There's a commitment to open data, and countries and organizations are organizing to do that. And it's wonderful to share the best practices in each of the jurisdictions so that we can leverage that knowledge and continue on and fulfill our goals on regional geo and national geos and support our priorities. So well done to all the panelists. If we could have a round of applause for the panelists as well as the organizers who helped put this together. All right, on to the next session. All right, thank you.
Muchas gracias por sus
Thank you for your interventions. We want to thank especially each of the organizers and allies who have made possible the creation of this important event. Special recognition to IDEAM, IGAC, the National University of Colombia, the Observation Group of Earth, the Canadian government, ESRI, Colombia, Pro Cálculo, Renata, and the different allies such as Galileo, ACRE, and Datum, who with their commitment have contributed for all of us to be gathered in this event today. We will take a short 15-minute break and we will come back and continue with our second day of AmeriGEO Week 2025 from the Auditorium Virginia Gutierrez in the Doctorate Faculty of Social Sciences of the National University of Colombia. For those of you who are here in this auditorium in person with us, please visit the stands of the companies and organizations and entities that are part of this important event. Remember that you can find them on the western side of this building. In the same manner, we invite you all to always have your lapel, your ID at all times to guarantee your access to this space. Please follow us on your social networks, IGAC and IDEAM Colombia in Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, LinkedIn, and YouTube, where we're transmitting, broadcasting this activity. We want to know how you're living this great event on your social media. That's why we invite you to share in stories or posts using the hashtag AmeriGEO 2025. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Listo, sí, señora. Vamos calentando motores para continuar con nuestro panel número 2 de esta mañana y darle seguimiento.
We're going to get started pretty soon with our second panel. And second day of our AmeriGEO's week 2025. We will get started in a few seconds.
Continuamos en la semana.
We will continue in AmeriGEO Week 2025, Day 2. What is AmeriGEO? AmeriGEO is a regional cooperation initiative that seeks to coordinate and strengthen the use of geospatial information and Earth observation in the Americas. It works as the regional chapter for the Americas of the Earth Group Observation GEO for its acronym in English. It's an international alliance that promotes the integration of satellite data, Earth measurements, land and sea and air to support decision making on the environment, climate change, risk management, agriculture, water, biodiversity, and other key subjects. We continue with our agenda with the second panel of this morning, which is titled Earth observations and biodiversity. In this panel sessions, you highlight the use of satellite data to conserve biodiversity in Latin America. It includes scientists trying to seek sustainability and the fulfillment of global agreements. To moderate this conversation, we present Maria Cecilia Londoño, who is currently the scientific manager of information for the Von Humboldt Center, where she handles information on biodiversity. She's also co-president on the Global Network of Biodiversity, and she coordinates the information on biodiversity of Colombia that works as a national node for structure of information regarding biodiversity. She has 13 years of experience in information management regarding biodiversity with a focus in leading development and maintenance of technological infrastructure key for data exchange for biodiversity, including the platform biomodels for species distribution data. Next to her will be a select group of panelists. Amongst them, we have Luis Olmedo Martinez Zamora, Director of National and Natural Parks of Colombia, Maria Carolina Pinillán Herrera, Analyst and National Chief for Biodiversity Strategy for the UN Program for Development, and Mr. Sanin from Public Policy and Cooperation in the Institution for Biologic Research, Alexander von Humboldt. But online, we're also going to be joined online by Mr. Jason Duffy, Director of Research of Geomatic Climate Change Canada, and Laurent Genie, the use of space in the Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency. These are the people who will be joining us in the panel. Welcome all of you, and please continue. Thank you very much, and welcome all to this panel of biodiversity and observations of Earth. I'm going to give a little bit of context for the session. Then each panelist is going to do a presentation between 5 and 7 minutes of their own subject to introduce their subjects. And then we will proceed with a series of questions, and we hope that we will have enough time so that you, the audience, can also ask the panelist regarding any interesting subjects regarding biodiversity. Okay, biodiversity observations are essential part of the Earth observations. Here we're talking about characterization of species, ecosystems, genes, of ecosystemic functioning, biotic interactions, species control, plagues, diseases. There's a world of applications. Biodiversity observations are used in academic research, but also in economic development, and a lot of it is also used to support decision making. That's why today we're joined in our panel with scientists and decision makers, as well as people who are in that interface between science and politics or policy. The objectives of today's panel are to show how biodiversity observations are important, not only for the conservation of biodiversity, but also for multiple sectors and the sustainable development of our country and of the world at large. We also want to show some innovation in research for the mapping of systems and their functionalities, and above all, to generate a dialogue between actors of decision makers and science. Next, please. We're talking about AmeriGEO, and we're talking about observations in a divided world. I'm going to tell you a little bit how availability of observations of biodiversity is in the world. There's a large concentration of observations in the map that you see here. They're showing us the points where there are registries of species. And if you see, we have a huge gap in the global south countries. If we zoom in, we see that there is information, but it's not compared with the information in the global north. And in the graph, we can also see on the right a line that shows us below the GDP of the countries and the number of sample events on wild populations. You can also see this. So the more money, more economy, more GDP, then we have better available data or more quantity of set data, more capability to be able to obtain biodiverse observations. So we have collaboration challenges that are large so that we work together in diminishing this gap and to take advantage of the biodiversity observations. Next slide, please. We worked a lot here in GeoBion. BON is the global network of biodiversity observation, which is part of GEO, and we work with a lot of BONs, with a lot of networks, marine, sweetwater, natural, ground, but also national levels. This network tries to encourage this collaboration between biodiversity observers, between those who develop the analysis and use these observations to be able to give results for decision makers or for uses that require this information. I invite you to consult the GeoBond page if you want to add yourselves to these initiatives. This is open and voluntary, so you're all welcome.
So with this introduction, now we're gonna go on to work with our panelists. We have a luxury panel here. As I told you, we have researchers, but we also have decision makers as well. Plus, we have translators as well here, trying to translate everything. We're gonna begin with our Luis Olmedo Martinez, our panelist, which is the Director of National Natural Parks. Luis is an industrial engineer from the National University of Colombia. He has a master's in environment and development with a specialization in ecological economics and graduate program in building peace with over 30 years of experience in this field. He's a coordinator of different cooperation programs from the UN in Colombia with an emphasis on indigenous peoples and communities. He's an ex-general director of the Botanical Garden of Bogota. Jose is the Muti Styles. He's an advisor to the European Union. He's an advisor for institutional development and knowledge management for the Truth Commission, and he's a university professor as well. He received recognition from the Environmental Studies Institute from the National University for his contributions to environmental management. Welcome, Luis, and let's go on to your presentation. I'm going to ask you to take only 7 minutes, please, so we can continue with the rest. Well, thank you so much. Okay, good day to everybody and to each and all of you. I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you so much for this invitation. I wanted to speak a little bit about my role as the director of the National Parks Unit. Let's say that it's good to see exactly what task lays before us, and let's see the field that we're playing on. Protected areas and national parks have the role of caring for ecosystems and biodiversity, the most specific and special singular biodiversity that we have in every single country, actually. And in order to accomplish this, you declare certain areas as protected areas. Historically speaking, we talk about natural or national parks. About 200 years ago, we started talking about national parks. But every society, in reality, was able to. Every society has cared for certain areas, because when humanity starts to reflect as we start to advance, we start to find out that human beings are highly vulnerable and we depend on our relationship with our environments. And it's not simply an extractive based relationship, but it's a relationship that is also a relationship based on well-being, and it's actually fundamentally based on well-being. Bogota depends 100% on the water that is actually protected in the Chinganza cloud forest and the Sumapaus cloud forests, which means that 32% of the GDP in Colombia that is actually produced in Bogota, it actually depends at the National Chinganza Natural Park and the National Natural Park Sumapas Cloud Forest have a good state. But it's not simply about that economic status, but protected areas as well, and that biodiversity also plays a cultural and they have spiritual and cultural values. The pristine communities from the Sumerians, from the Arcadians, and Rome, They actually went to beautiful sites, beautiful locations like springs and different natural waterfalls. They started to admire lions and the different snakes and beasts and all serpents, and they started to give this a mythological value that is part of the culture. So we believe, we feel, and we think with the relationship to our environment. And protecting that environment is the role of the National Parks Unit via the National Park System or using the protected National Parks system. And in Colombia, we're speaking about the National Park System that we have in the country, which is the most mega diverse country in the world if you think about it per square area. This is an extremely beautiful country, and beauty is not simply aesthetic. No, no, it's described with deep meanings at an ethical level as well. It's a way of being. Very well. So in that sense, we have proposed a hypothesis here for this conversation here. We're proposing a hypothesis. What do I highlight here? How do I have a pointer? Okay, here. That's the pointer. You can use it to pass to the next slide. Okay. As you can see, Colombia is a country that is highly diverse. Its greatest wealth is not the number of species alone. Colombia is the most rich country in number of species per unit of area. Brazil overcomes us. It has more species, but they have 6 times the area, so we're higher in wealth per area. But the most important thing is the number of ecosystems. We have everything. Colombia is a country that has an Amazon region, an Andean region, a Pacific region, a Caribbean region. It's a plains region, an ocean region, a tropical region. Colombia is a country that is non-repeatable. And in that challenge of caring for this country, we have the National Park System that actually protects 25% of our national territory in Colombia, which is more or less half is ocean and half is continental. Look at this marvel here of protected areas, marine protected areas. Broadly speaking, which is very unknown, or there's a big need of actually expanding our knowledge in these marine areas. But if we look at this map here, which is a descriptive map, 100 years ago, this is a map that was built here in this university, in the National University, with research that used to be called Nature Under Dispute back then. It showed the vegetation coverage at the beginnings of the previous century of the 1900s. And we found out that the territory was fundamentally, it had a vegetation coverage, which was very important. But today we are actually seeing 100 years later that it's become 60%, only 60%. The most transformed area are clearly the Andes region and the Caribbean regions. And this coincides with the poorest areas of this country. Well, the Caribbean actually is the poorest area in this country. But we can also look at another map as well, which is called, this is the regional economies map, and we've built actual regions in order to take appropriation of nature, where we have very rich areas whose human development index is similar to European countries, but also the human development levels that are beneath Africa. So we've actually built inequality within the richest countries in the world in terms of biodiversity. And I think this is because of a huge lack of knowledge about our territory. We cannot use the same development model. We cannot use the same perspective in the Amazon region than in the Andes region, and way less implementing a European model where diversity is way lower. Their geography is more homogeneous than in our country. Because apart from that, we are full of different cultures. So that is the challenge that we are proposing. And in order to do this, the National Parks system needs 51 million parks. This is society that needs to take care of their environment. But for society to actually get involved so that Bogota people will take care of their systems, for the Coffee region people to take care of their natural parks and national parks, we have to translate things to them. And the information systems and IT information systems that are modern are giving us impressive clues. Despite I believing that we actually need to know more, I also believe that we can actually act upon what we already know, and that's a huge field of action. How do we actually use our current information, what we already know? But we can continue to fine-tune this. We can go more into depth into our biodiversity inventory. They're very low still. The descriptions that we have, in fact, the basic descriptions are quite low of what we have currently. But we've seen from the perspective of prevention, systems can actually help us quite a lot. Because when we speak about conservation, it's one thing, but when we speak about degradation, it's another topic. And when we speak about recovery, it's another topic. So how are we going to ensure that we can recover degraded areas in the jungle region? That's planting trees and that's it? Is it? Do we need new types of knowledge in order to see what actually was lost there in ecosystems that have not been intervened yet? We have to study these. But going back to the conversation, I think today is fundamental to support ourselves with systems which are more and more modern. We have advanced quite a bit in the last period by strengthening the information systems. We have networks of exchanging knowledge with other protected parks and areas, and also at an internal level, like for example with the EDM, with the Humboldt Institute, the Sinchi Institute, we actually share lots of information, and we find that there's huge gaps that are important in information, but also in coordination strategies, because we don't like to share the information many times. For example, there are maps that we have from the ocean that have different strategies, etc. And we are actually trying to ensure that information is one of the points on the table to converse about, to speak about. But we cannot forget that this is an issue related to people, to cultures. This is not enough to just know that we're doing something wrong, but we need to find a way of correcting what is being done in that situation. So therefore, that is done with human relationships by establishing networks based on knowledge, but also based on relationships and governance. We've advanced quite a lot in the fire seasons, how artificial intelligence systems helped us to prevent fires and schedule and program fires, and and that ratifies the importance of how we work on education. Here we're showcasing an example of how we've been working with different schools and colleges and universities in order to strengthen from the cradle society with a conservation type of argument or logic. So to summarize, the national park system and the protected areas are the baseline for our richness in terms of biodiversity and the Colombian identity of our nation. But we have to protect it. And I call for action. Let's support each other on information systems that are more and more modern, that are improving the quality of our information, but also a network of people that are capable of sharing and exchanging information. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to continue with our second panelist, Maria Carolina Pinilla. I had the pleasure of working with Maria Carolina last year in drafting the National Biodiversity Action Plan. Carolina is the chief analyst for the biodiversity strategy from the UN Program for Development. She's an ecologist from Javeriana University of Colombia with a master's and PhD with geography for the Mexican Autonomous University. She's 20 years of work experience in government entities with civil society organizations and private sector companies, universities, and international cooperation agencies. In the last 10 years, she's worked from international cooperation efforts to support the national implementations of the Partnership on Biological Biodiversity in Mexico and Colombia, plus the implementation at a subnational level for the strategy for climate change and synergies between climate and biodiversity. Welcome, Carolina. Thank you, Maricelina. Thank you for inviting me to this event. On behalf of the Vice Minister of Policies and Environmental Normalization, Mauricio Cabrera, we especially greet everyone from the government and their gratitude, and thank you for listening to our conference. And this small little talk about what the update was to the Biodiversity Action Plan that Colombia presented in COP16 in Cali last year. I just simply wanted to tell you that the Partnership on Biological Biodiversity is an international treaty that came from the Convention of Rio in 1992, and Colombia is part of the CDV since 1994 via Law 195 and 165. This partnership basically has three purposes: conserving biodiversity at a biological level, sustainable using of all of its components, and ensuring fair and equitable sharing of resources. That's the CDV. In Colombia, the CDV was adopted via two different instruments: the national policy related to biodiversity and ecosystemic services that was published in 2012, plus the first action plan that was actually presented from this policy, which was in 2016. And well, these two documents started with the baseline of the global framework for the Aichi framework or goals, which was between 2010 and 2020. And these documents for public policies have set the baseline or were a milestone in biodiversity policies in Colombia, where clearly speaking, it proposes the different guidelines for the conservation and the sustainable use of biodiversity. These are documents that were developed and drafted with conceptual approaches, which were very solid, robust, based on the socio-ecological approaches, recognizing biodiversity as a source that has guarantees to provide ecosystemic services, where we promoted the participation, governance. We recognized the public nature and collective nature of decisions based on the usage of biodiversity. And as I told you, despite it being designed in 2012, this policy or this conceptual framework continues to be current and is adaptable. And these are the positive points about this policy. However, the application of these different international policies in Colombia have also had weaknesses, like a lack of equilibrium or balance in the application of the three goals that this covenant has provided us with. These policies actually proposed different actions that at that moment were actually conceptual based actions, but aspirational concepts. They were not goals that were quantified. We didn't find KPIs or indicators or responsible entities or sector-based actions that were completely or specific. That's what the policy lacked at that time. They did define, previous to that, certain regional action plans, in total 5 action plans, like roadmaps in order to implement the policy at that time. But there was no real clear mandate at a territorial level of how to actually implement these policies, these documents. And finally, at the end of the day, they didn't actually propose financing strategies or mobilization of key resource management systems. So the global Cume Montreal framework came out in 2022 with its 23 different objectives or goals. And if you want to learn about these, they're on the covenant about biodiversity and biological biodiversity. With these goals, the biological covenant orders countries to generate mobilization strategies to capture resources, fundraise, create KPIs that will allow us to witness the impacts of these policies in different countries and the maintenance of biodiversity in countries. And there are other elements that are important surrounding these different or this global framework, and how it was actually applied in Colombia, this global framework, and Cume Montreal framework, the coming Montreal framework. The country in 2022 in Montreal committed or promised they were going to update this action plan, as I told you about. And this was done between 2023 and 2024. There was a broad process, a participatory process, in order to understand, to see how in Colombia we interpret and apply these 23 goals within this global framework. The action plan related to biodiversity at Colombia, presented in last year's COP16, and we have to comply with by 2030, has 4 different bets or 4 lines that we have to include that encompass or interpret these 23 global action frameworks. It has 6 national goals and a series of different actions and commitments at a sector base, at a national as well as at a subnational level or regional levels. So this is what this action plan embraces. Apart from this, it proposes the development of 89 different indicators plus recommendations for the subnational entities. And apart from this, it has a financing strategy, a costing strategy, plus a governance system. And here, I'm not going to tell you about the Biodiversity Action Plan, but I'm going to tell you how we actually use the modeling of space data to define our national goals. So here, I'm showing you certain maps that were developed by the Humboldt Institute to help define to define the integrity of landscapes in Colombia. It defines the ecology integrity in different landscapes, where in these ecosystems and territories, many of these have lost the integrity of the landscape and are under critical conditions. And the priority or high priorities are those that have high ecological integrity still and high potentials to provide ecosystemic services. So there we have intermediate categories as well, and everything in between. And the map showcases the surface areas of natural forests and different continental territories, marine territories, and all of these different categories related to ecological integrity. How by using these different categories, we define our national goals. As I told you, we have 6 national goals, 3 of which were defined with modeling and with the usage of spatial data. And the national goal, number 1, national goal, I'm going to tell you what all of this is about. They basically define, based on this category of ecological integrity and different criteria related to climate change, approximately 22 million hectares in Colombia are included within this category. The territories that have landscape integrity that are low, they're close to 23 million different hectares, which have low ecological integrity, and those that have high ecological integrity in their landscapes are 148 million hectares. And these numbers were actually useful in order to help us define the scope of our national goals. And here we have our national goals. I'm not going to read them or going too much into depth. Here you can actually witness how they're all aligned to the 23 coming Montreal goals. And here we actually see the specific numbers that come from or stem from this usage of space data and how this was useful for helping us define 6 of our national goals. As I told you, 6 were defined using this exercise by using space data. The first of which was participatory planning, where these territories that had integrity, medium and landscape integrity, we had 22 million hectares that were defined. We defined 19 million hectares as a priority that had processes related to planning that incorporated biodiversity and climate change criteria. For these territories that had medium integrity or low integrity, we defined the priority of restoring 5 million different hectares by 2030 in order to promote productive reconversion processes. And our national goal number 5, which starting with these 100 million hectares that have a high ecological integrity still, to try to conserve at least 34% of these hectares. The director was showing us earlier in his previous presentation that between 24 and 25% of national territory is currently being conserved via the national park systems, the SINAP system. And the goal that we currently have by 2030 is we want to have at least 34% considered strategic. The SINAP plays a fundamental role, but we also need to include other strategies for conservation different from the SINAP protected areas. So this was the exercise that was done using the space data information. What were actually our achievements? Well, finally, the country did the advance in defining goals that are measurable, achievable, but also ambitious at the same time by 2030. We catered to the different causes, the direct causes of the loss of biodiversity, plus the indirect ones as well. But we're still missing. We have to continue to advance in everything related to other types of direct causes, such as the introduction of exotic or invasive species and extractivist or mining models, such as fishing extraction as well. What is in red is super important. The country has many setbacks, relevant setbacks in these types of extractions. In this biodiversity plan, we included priorities from other different stakeholders. This was not from the government. This was a participatory approach where civil society participated. We had the participation of different actors, official representations from indigenous nations, the regional Amazon table, the different environmental and Afro and Black communities leaders. So we have an action plan, a public instrument that is technically quite robust, but it also has legitimacy because it has social appropriation. We have critical setbacks in terms of data related to biodiversity, in terms of the usage of biodiversity, where we have information at a national level which is quite fragmented without any measurement standards, and we don't actually have an official landscape in the country. And finally, well, we also have setbacks in terms of exotic species and invasive species, which is a huge problem that loses biodiversity in Colombia quite a bit. Thank you very much, Carolina. Now let's continue with our following speaker, Felipe Rivera Sanim. He's a senior professional from the Observatory for Public Policies and Cooperation from the Humboldt Institute. He's an industrial engineer. He has a master's in environment and development. and he has experiences in drafting and implementing development projects, sustainability and conservation of biodiversity. He has experience leading planning and strategy and strengthening NGOs, corporate responsibility programs, and interinstitutional partnerships. He has capacities for analysis and decision making and an interdisciplinary. He has skills in communications, etc. Are you going to do this in Spanish or in English? In Spanish, please. Thank you so much, Maria Cecilia, and thank you so much for your invitation. From the Humboldt Institute, we are very happy of being able to participate in this space. And today specifically, I'm participating with my hat on of the new role that the Institute is beginning, which is the role of having a support center for scientific and technical knowledge with the Biodiversity Covenant for Latin America and the Caribbean. And Carolina already did half the task and explaining where all of this stems from. Basically, in COP15 in 2022, during COP15, when the World Framework on Biodiversity came up to 2030, the partnership or the covenant said that we needed to establish a support mechanism so we can have scientific and technical support that will enable countries to actually comply with these ambitions within the World Framework on Biodiversity, to facilitate countries' possibility of having that knowledge and capacities and the tools necessary to be able to, at a national level, implement all the different action lines that were necessary in order to comply with these goals at a global level. In that sense, the mechanism is already beginning its work. We created 18 different sub-regional centers, or 18 centers in the world are embracing these centers. In the Americas, we have 3. One which is in the Humboldt Institute here, and another one which is in CARICOM, the Caribbean community, and a third center in the Central American Development and Environment Center. The others are scattered throughout the world, and there's a coordination unit at a global level in the same secretariat in the Covenant of Biological Biodiversity Office. So what are these centers all about? I'm not going to read all of this, each of them. However, let me just give you a rundown. We have to have an exchange of experiences between the different countries. We have to have access to information, access to tools, and we need to mobilize and promote different joint projects and different connections and facilitate that all of these different capabilities and skills and knowledge that the different technical and scientific institutions may have, or the different countries may have, that they've already developed, so that can be trickled down to other locations and help solve the diverse problems and challenges that exist elsewhere. And more specifically, from the Humboldt Institute, we see this role, which is called knowledge broker. We have like a knowledge intermediary. We want to facilitate programs and projects jointly between our peer countries, so we can mobilize technical and financial resources as well in order for countries to help to develop all of this, and especially promote an exchange of knowledge and best practices and technologies. We recognize that throughout the region we have immense capacities and lots of learning, and we want all of this to actually be shared between the different countries. And we recognize as well that the mechanism that was defined by the convention was guided by demand. So we have to understand exactly what do countries actually need in order to offer what they need and offer solutions. These are the countries that the center or the institute is going to be serving. Basically, it's all of South America without the Guyanas, including Mexico and Cuba as well. And here, let me pause for a second to recognize that Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the regions which is the most diverse regions in the world. We have 6 of the 10 most diverse countries here. Almost half of the world's biodiversity can be located in these countries, with 80% of the biomass of the world. And we have a diversity which is shared with the Amazon biomass, the most beautiful river that covers our whole continent, the Pacific, Caribbean oceans, deserts. The diversity that we have in terms of ecosystems and biomas has no equal. We say that any action that is done in Latin America is an action for the well-being of the world and for the conservation and of the entire globe. So here, let me highlight and let me pause again to try to understand exactly what is the center and what it is not. What is the sub-regional? We don't want to be a consulting firm that just goes to countries to replace their current capacities. No, we don't want to be an entity that is a heavy entity that has huge baggage and red tape. We want to recognize the capacities that exist in the continent already, that exist in the different institutions, and just cooperate and help them and connect them from different points of perspectives, from the scientific perspectives as well with connecting with public policies and public policy makers. So we need to leverage these institutions, like for example here with the director of the National Park Systems in Colombia and connecting other protected areas in Latin America with the information systems that each of the different countries have, and in general with the different academic institutions that are generating all of this monitoring data. So how are we doing in this region? So cross-cutting, we've spoken with our 12 countries, and the topics associated to monitoring are almost like the first one that comes to light is the biggest challenge. We need to understand, and each of the different countries, we need to understand how we go from understanding what are the data that we have to collect to what are the indicators that these data can actually inform, plus how these indicators can allow us to make decisions. And here we have technical challenges, technological challenges, governance challenge, financial challenge. And every country, they raise their hand and says, we need to be able to understand how to cover all this cycle from the data all the way to decisions. And here it's also very important to understand that within the different countries, despite having a shared challenge, there's different levels that we can find ourselves in. There's inequality in different advancements and the definitions of plans and strategies at a national biodiversity level. For the regions of our 6 countries, 6 have presented their action plans for biodiversity, but another 6 have not. And out of the 12 countries, 10 of these have national goals, but another 2 don't. And that allows us to understand that the different technical assistance that the center is going to provide has to recognize these differences in different statuses. And here, for example, the case of Colombia, this is like an example, a reference point. Carol told us about the details of how this works, but we wanted to highlight that this construction or building of the framework and the action lines or all of these action plans are actually also supported within a monitoring framework. And this was super innovative throughout the planet, how an action plan actually has indicators or KPIs that were defined, and these KPIs actually correspond to an entire baggage and institutional work that tells us exactly who's calculating what, who are the sources of information, how the information is located, how you validate that data, and finally, how all of this can actually comply a virtuous cycle to reporting and follow-up. So we want that the Colombian case can also be a reference and replicated throughout the continent. And we recognize that there's many needs like strengthening infrastructure, data infrastructure, and how we actually manage these information systems in order to collect and manage data. How we also have certain national indicators, such as was said by Carolina, out of those 1989 indicators at a national level, how we speak with those with the biological covenant. And there we have to leave the national scale and go to the international setting as well, and how we're able to incorporate data from different sources as well. So it's not simply about what the universities and institutes do, but also what citizen sciences do, and remote sensors, and a great deal of different diverse sources of information. And obviously leveraging this with financing, intersector-based help. And the big question is how all of this actually helps decision making. Monitoring is worthless if we don't have decision making involved here. And let me close with the following message. In the continent, we recognize enormous capacities and a huge potential so that this data can actually push us forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, Felipe.
Bueno, vamos a pasar ahora a nuestra.
Okay, we're going to move on to our more academic chats with 2 researchers that we have online. We're going to give the floor to Jason Duffy. He's the research director for Environment and Climate Change Canada. He is with that since the end of the 90s. He's developed the development of geomatic measurement in wildlife, and since the 2000s. He's trained as a biologist. He works with other 30 biologists.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure. Am I supposed to share my slide? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm going to present some work on ecosystem mapping that we're doing in Canada. Yeah, I think we'll go by that one. Thank you. So just an introduction to ecosystem extent mapping. I think this presentation follows well to the other presentations discussed. It's been a good introduction to the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and then some of the institutions that are being put together to support that work from Felipe. Although Environment and Climate Change Canada was not explicitly mentioned on the slide about these regional centers, we are the national agency in Canada that's responsible for reporting on biodiversity. We were the agency that led the Montreal meetings. We're also responsible for other ecosystem service type information, such as greenhouse gas accounting, water supply and water quality, and also a link to the panel. We do have protected areas and migratory bird sanctuaries that we protect in Canada as well. So just to begin, I think that it was mentioned that under the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, there are 23 targets or objectives, and consisting of some 89 indicators. And a number of those are involving information that can be derived from ecosystem extent mapping that I'm going to talk about here. So on this slide, I mean, essentially, this is very sort of schematic on how we, what ecosystem extent mapping is. I don't think this is new. It's very analogous to land cover mapping. It's just putting lines around or labeling pixels that are similar types of ecosystems, as you see in this slide. So we want to know the difference between, in this case, it looks like boreal forest and perhaps some areas that have been harvested from logging. See some brown areas that are probably peatlands, types of bogs or fens, something like that, that are interspersed within this ecosystem. And the idea on why we want to do this and why we want to do it using ecosystem-based classification is that we get a little bit more information about what's going on versus if we just map land cover. So, for example, what I said in terms of the greenhouse gas accounting, if it's a wetland or a bog, peatland type of ecosystem, we can model how much carbon is sequestered there, perhaps, and how much potentially carbon could be sequestered there if the ecosystem is maintained in its original state. And then we can also look at things like, model biodiversity, because we know that there are certain species that occupy peatland ecosystems and also species that use those ecosystems for, for food, for reproduction, for whatever. So by classifying these, we can get an idea on the carbon biodiversity and other types of ecosystem services that that are going on in that piece of land. So the other two figures on this slide are up in the right-hand corner is the IUCN Global Ecosystem Typology. So this is a relatively new sort of classification system that is ecosystem based. So it's nice, and you can see from that slide that it is hierarchical. So it splits out the ecosystems into different biomes, and then as you go down it, you get more detailed ecosystem types, and then right down to the bottom where you can get alliances and associations of vegetation types that occur within a different ecosystem if you wish. And really, that's what we're working on in Canada. It's a big country. We really, to be able to do this very well and at scale, at the scale of, Canada, which is about 10 million square kilometers, we need to use satellite Earth observation information and be able to do this. And the way that we've approached it, just to go to the bottom, on the bottom right-hand figure there, is that we've sort of split the country up, if people are familiar with Canada, similarly to perhaps Colombia, is that we do have different types of ecosystems and they do have different types of land use. For example, in the southern part of Canada, we have a lot of this where most of the agriculture is done. It's where it's warm enough to grow crops. So we have large prairie type of ecosystems versus, in the north where we have permafrost laden soils that are very low productivity, and there's not very much impact to them. Otherwise, very local impact. So we've chosen to look at different regions and different ecosystems independently to sort of to stratify the regions so that it optimizes our ability to classify them accurately. Yeah, I think you can go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to present a lot of the work that we've been doing is on the Hudson Bay lowland. So it's in the sort of in the eastern. I don't have a very good map here on where it is, but it's a very well-studied area in Canada. It's been in the news a lot in the last number of years because it's a huge peatland. I think it's one, depending on who you talk to, it's one of the largest peatlands and stores some of the largest amounts of carbon in the world. So there's a lot of interest in it in terms of how can we conserve it and avoid that carbon getting into the atmosphere, and if possible to perhaps encourage additional sequestration to in these sort of healthy ecosystems. And it's very challenging. It's basically just a huge wetland complex, if you can imagine. I don't know if you can see the scale on this, but it's hundreds of kilometers. Most land cover maps will say that it is about 80 to 90% wetlands. So what we're trying to do is tell the difference between those different types of wetlands, which is part of the IUCN ecosystem typology. And from this, and in addition to this, we can do other ecosystem services. As you see here, we can do carbon, so we can do models of how much we think the carbon is in the ground. And in these areas, it's very much below ground carbon. It's peatlands. Some of the peatlands are up to 4 or 5 meters deep. And then we can look at species richness as well. So we've done a big data grab from institutions like the Global Biodiversity Information, GBIF, and other domestic sources. We've tried to put those all together and model biodiversity across this landscape. And as I mentioned, our minister is responsible for protected areas. So one of the targets is 30% of the land base to be covered. So this is information that can go into those types of decisions of if we're going to preserve or conserve, protect 30% of our land base. Are there areas that we can conserve high amounts of carbon, as well as high biodiversity aspects? So by doing this type of ecosystem mapping, these are the types of data and information we can get to our decision makers. And then the next slide, please. Yeah, and then just to highlight that, just one of the things I do like about this IUCN ecosystem typology is that it is more detailed when it gets to coastal ecosystems, and I think a lot of times coastal ecosystems, at least in Canada, they're very much a bit of an afterthought or not considered as much as terrestrial type of ecosystems. But this classification has very detailed, or allows for very detailed coastal classification. And again, we know that coastal salt marshes are very important for carbon sequestration and also for supporting biodiversity. These coastal marshes support millions of birds during their migration from where you guys are to where I am annually. And so they're very important. And I think it's interesting from a Canadian perspective on this as well, is that we found that Canadian satellites like the RadarSat Constellation mission, I think here is presented the Sentinel-1 data, but we found that radar data is very good for discriminating between these different types of ecosystems in these coastal areas where we have tidal flats and tidal motion. It's a bit more challenging in coastal areas to get really good optical data. So we found that by using the radar and different polarizations that we can get with the RadarSat Constellation mission, we can do a good job discriminating between these different types. And then we can move on to model different things like biodiversity and carbon in these soils. So that's all I have, just to give you a flavor of some of the work that we're doing and how we're doing it using satellite Earth observations to map ecosystems that will inform Canadian reporting under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Jason. Great work. We are going to follow for our last presentation to Laurent Giugini. Laurent, trabaja en la utilización.
Works using space in the Canadian Space Agency. He's a geographist with a solid trajectory in teledetection. He currently is part of the officer of Smart Earth in the Canadian agency, where he promotes the use of data through satellite information to face climate challenges. He has several years of experience, and he has supported governments, indigenous cultures, UNGs, etc. His work wants to help with conservation, monitoring of infrastructure, and protection of marine and terrestrial ecosystems. His leadership in the coordination of initiatives and applications of observation of the Earth oversees climate applications, the resilience of ecosystems, response to disasters, and wetlands. He's recognized nationally and internationally, and his experience is very valued by space agencies, scientific communities, and the geospace industry all over the world. Loran, welcome.
Thank you. First slide, s'il vous plaît. Oh, previous one. Previous. Okay. Bonjour a tous. Hello everyone. Hola a todos. Estoy extremadamente honorado de poder.
I'm honored to be able to participate in this week of AmeriGEO in Colombia, in Bogota, and to present our new opportunity to share free data for science. For your information, I will answer the questions in English.
Data access opportunity for science, allowing at no cost and with non-profit objectives, students, scientists, research organizations, NGOs, and local indigenous communities from around the world to access this Radarsat-2 dataset over global tropical regions. The aim of this opportunity is to share globally a unique data set, contribute to a better understanding of tropical forests, and to encourage capacity development. Before going any further, I underline the work accomplished to realize this invaluable and unprocessed archive data, collaboration between the Canadian Space Agency, the States, and the Canada Centre for Mapping and Earth Observation of the Department of Natural Resources Canada. Tropical forest plays a vital role in regulating the climate as well as providing rich habitats and essential ecosystem services for populations at both local and global scales. However, despite their importance, this is significant significant threat from natural and anthropogenic factors. Concerning numbers of forest degradation are observed requiring more accurate tools and more methods, but also local, national, and international coordination, strengthened collaborations, and more decision makers' commitment. Satellite Earth observation technology has served as an essential tool for global analysis. And by providing long-term data, these technologies enable the tracking of ecosystems, supporting degradation mitigations, and conservation efforts. It is in that context that we initiated this data access opportunity in direct alignment with Canada's commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN CPD Global Biodiversity Framework, and with Canadian Space Agency's engagement to globally share Radarsat-2 tropical forest data, engagement taken in 2024 under CSA's chairmanship of the CS Committee. Previous slide, please. Thank you. From Radarsat-1 to Radarsat, no, previous, yes, thank you. From Radarsat-1 to Radarsat-2, the Radarsat Constellation mission and the Next Generation mission, Canada is among the world leaders and a pioneer in synthetic aperture radar SHA technology. Launched in 2007, Radarsat-2 is one of the world's most advanced SAR satellites, offering more than 60 acquisition modes for multiple applications. providing continuous all-weather day and night C-band star imaging for land and marine monitoring with a 24-day cycle revisit. Compared to optical passive and sun weather light-dependent sensors, star systems are mostly measuring surface roughness, allowing a lot of the right potential applications. On this density map here, the proposed data sets represent more than 10 years of continuous image. In yellow, you can see more than 250 images available of certain areas. The data set is provided in extra fine wide 2 and 3 mode, meaning 5 meters resolution with 2 incidence angles, 125 kilometers swath width, and both ascending and descending modes in 8H single polarization, meaning SAR signal is emitted and received horizontally. The first year, we will share more than 50,000 images over 4 data sets: Central America, South America, Africa, and a part of East Asia. Other tropical region of the world will be available next year. Radarsat 2 is acquiring approximately, next slide please. So Radarsat 2 is acquiring approximately 60,000 images per year, making it a powerful tool for monitoring ecosystem changes. Focusing more on the ecosystem side of the essential biodiversity variables, Radarsat 2 SAR data as an example can find potential for carbon stocks and sequestration, which is extremely valuable as now for the first time tropical forests such as the Southeast Amazon region are starting to release as much as carbon and storage. According to a literature review, previous research, SAR data and the dataset can successfully capture at least 3 EBV classes and 6 important variables. The estimated impact of Radarsat 2 SAR on achieving global biodiversity framework target in tropical forest is quite high. As you can see on the right-hand side of the diagram here, 2/3 of the 23 target could be achieved. Next slide, please. Here I'm presenting you an animation which is not working. 2020 and 2022, 2024 multi-date image sample for the dataset located in Colombia and cropped over a portion of the Guayabero River, naturally dividing the Pinigua National Park to the north and the Guadiare Natural Reserve to the south. Radarsat 2 multi-temporal and interferometric capabilities will provide the science community with the opportunity to increasing capacity development and contributing to closely track changes in forest cover, study the increase of natural events, monitor biomass, and study the variables that are causing forest degradation. Next slide. Furthermore, this data set can help monitor illegal logging, poaching, tracking unmapped roads, untouched lands that has been converted into agricultural zone, and much more. Healthy rainforests affect everyone across the globe, and this opportunity will give us the chance for researchers to explore the full potential of this data set and to act in the conservation in this environment. Next slide. Applicants will be soon available to following several registration steps to access directly from CSA website with no quantity restriction. Stay tuned. And don't hesitate to connect with us should you have more questions or should you require more information on the opportunity using the following email. Gracias. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Laurent. Bien, vamos a pasar.
Okay, we're going to move on to a Q&A section. We had several answers that but since lunch is waiting for us, I'm going to ask only one question to each of our participants. Knowing all of the experience of Carolina and all of the process of updating of the biodiverse action plan, tell us what you think about how biodiverse observation transform environment monitoring and management in Latin America, considering the regional challenges. Well, yes, I want to highlight that this component is fundamental, as I presented. All of the monitoring, exercise, and observation of biodiversity in Colombia were key and fundamental to define our national goals of biodiversity to 2030, where we gathered the institutional capacity of all of the entities of the national environment system. And this is an asset of the environment sector in Colombia, so it's fundamental. I think that one of the important elements is to promote this exercise of standardization and frequency in measurement. I'm going to talk on an ecosystem level, which is what it's most developed in the country. This exercise is fundamental, once again, because it has allowed us to define in Colombia what the tendencies are of biodiversity loss, but we also hope to be able to be talking about biodiversity gains, because that's the idea, and that's what we want to bring to the global map in Montreal. So these exercises of monitoring and climate management are needed for to be able to define priorities and territorial intervention in different scales that involve different actors, and of course for risk management. We're talking about many elements that are fundamental and that are based on the biodiversity observation. In Colombia, we have a potential to be able to report in a more systematic fashion biodiverse city tendencies. I bring to the table two examples that we've kept in mind in the exercises for public policy, and the tendency for pollinizers, because this is going to show us what happens in agriculture and how we can improve uh, productivity in agriculture. So, with the tendencies of climate change, we can understand what are the cycles of agriculture and how a country like Colombia that is diverse can maximize these elements of measurement of biodiversity. And another element that's also fundamental is the fauna migration measurements. This is going to be fundamental for the exercises of nature to maximize economy measurements. We have important measurements.
The next question to Lorraine. And, Carolina is coming telling us all the use of biodiversity data in different actions, guiding actions. But we want to know from your perspective what technological and methodological innovation will enable effective integration of field data, remote sensing, and citizen science for decision making. We are not hearing you.
We cannot hear you. Your mic is probably off.
Thank you, I was saying that I have the translation sound in my ear, which is making it difficult to follow my speech and the other one. So I think among, to give my perspective, I think among innovation, my own perspective to this question, the most important, the overall coordination effort at all jurisdictional level, and what we heard, what would we hear during the AmeriGEO week experts, it's very important. But my perspective is to say that among the recent technological and recent, for many years now, methodological and technological innovation are transforming our ability to integrate field data, remote sensing, citizen science, actionable biodiversity, and insights for decision making, that's for sure. But I see maybe two angles. I see that the opportunities and the promising innovation, but also in the other end, challenges that you all understand. So the first technology innovation will be probably the automated biodiversity monitoring using machine learning, and AI to track species and habitat. I have a good example of using deep learning algorithm to identify bird calls, acoustics with acoustic sensors, and then integrated with satellite-derived habitat map, for example, that can allow to model species distribution. And similar method are increasingly applied to other species, frog, insects, which are much valuable in dense biomes such as tropical forests, I think, where visual in situ surveys are very difficult. So there is networks of monitoring acoustic data, such as the Rainforest Connection, the Guardian platform. That's something also that we can see as a interesting innovation. But on citizen science platform as well, like eBird, iNaturalist, Zooniverse, things like that are really interesting. But to me, the most important thing is what we see under GeoBun and GeoBun in a box. Global and national initiatives, I think that's are holding the good recipe to making sure that all the data could go through decision makers. So that's probably the effort where we should go. In Canada, as an example, we're going to go for a national digital platform for biodiversity conservation with 4 axes on the data acquisition and standardization, which is a key to understanding the information communication and mobilization, and the design and planning to support creation of biodiversity monitoring programs. And most importantly, analysis and prediction forecasting tools will be available. So with my perspective, I think the satellite imagery also could hold a lot of innovation that could bring to advancement, and the persistent cloud cover over tropical forests, for example, brings for sure the synthetic aperture radar a good opportunity to have a daily coverage and a C-band, but the coming up L-band, S-band, with the NISAR upcoming mission and the biomass mission with the P-band will have a lot of value for improving the data. So overall, multi-sensor integration, combining SAR, but also hyperspectral data for identify plant species, and optical sensor for track changes in canopy greenness. Together, this data set will bring certainly new innovation. But all these EO expands the challenges is often not the scarcity, but the data coordination. Multiple data sets exist, but they are not always interoperable. Capacity is not always there to even use it. So that's another huge challenge. So without requiring specialized remote sensing expertise, it will be very difficult. So it's not enough to have cutting-edge technologies, but we need to make the outputs intuitive, interoperable, and tailored to a decision in the end. So I think that covers my perspective.
Muchas gracias, Laurent. Has dicho muchas cosas en tu respuesta.
You've said a lot of things in your answer, and that leads us to an importance in international collaboration. So I would like to ask Felipe, what are the benefits of international collaboration in the advancement of the objectives that each country may have? How can we work in this path? Well, I think that the first thing is to start from the fact that we share a challenge. It's a common challenge. All countries are facing the same global crisis, and we're part of that agreement of biologic diversity and the global objective to meet the 23 goals. So we have the ability to find who have overcome the challenges that I have, and how the knowledge that I have can help others to overcome those challenges. Paraguay, for example, they sought us and they told us, I have all of these indicators, but I don't have very clear how to measure them. And within the continent, it's for sure somewhere we have that success case of how we're transforming these observations through calculations and platforms and systems into the indicators that are going to allow us to make decisions and overcome national goals. So here we have the starting point to connect Paraguay with other actors that have these capacities, and we're able to transfer this knowledge and technology. It's also important to understand that from international collaboration, there is a huge opportunity to generate alliances and use resources with multilateral organizations, other tools that allow us to use these technologies that already exist. So we're going to start not far from now a project over goal number 2, where we want with FAO to impulse the use of a platform that already exists that's called FIRM, where countries can report their advancements. So it's a platform that already exists, but we're not getting the most out of it yet. But if various countries are already reporting, then if we're sharing a language and we're uh, putting our advancements, we can compare our advancements, we can sort of be tackling the global challenge from each of the countries, and we can reach those goals individually, but for the world as well. Thank you, Felipe, for your question. And there is another level of collaboration, Luis, which is that collaboration between the institutions in local communities with young scientists to advance in this regional network of biodiversity observations that it's equal and sustainable. How do you see that type of collaboration and its importance? Well, it's very interesting. All of the presentations were very interesting. Once again, thank you for inviting me. Yes, in fact, the work with communities is fundamental. But when we're talking about communities, the idea that comes to mind is that these are individuals or organizations that are around the protected area, in the case of parks, as mine, or representative organizations from them or of them. Nevertheless, we think it's very important to have a wide vision of community. Firstly, local communities, organizations of farmers, but also businesses like ecotourism, but also there's a group of people that work in community. So people are joined by something, are united by something. For example, teachers at a school, rural teachers, they're leaders, environmental leaders of great value, and they do uh, admirable work. We also have the water plants for in certain communities. There's organization, there's a purpose, there's a work plan. So to have a wide vision of a community is very important, both in the first step, which is getting everybody close, but there's also a level of community from the point of view of interest. For example, we're promoting the stimuli program, knowledge stimuli program. It's an innovation that invites researchers from universities that have been signing agreements for these programs with national parks to incentivize the youth and students to do research in areas of interest of the national system of national parks. But there is also we're inviting other people to express through art, because art is a way to impact communities. We go to certain communities and they're singing to the park, they're doing art for the park, and these communities are very isolated or very alone. So these program wants to generate these networks, and of course networks of research and new businesses and bioeconomy, etc., ecotourism. So this view of communities allows us to build territories, to generate alliances of information exchange, because a lot of times the map is only a representation of reality, but it's not reality itself. So to work with reality is fundamental, and to generate through these information systems or knowledge products, such as the reports that you mentioned, we need to generate more organized conversations. For me, the value of these type of instruments is that they allow us to be more concrete about organization systems that are more and more organized, more integrating. How, for example, how can we talk about regional economy from conservation? How can we talk about integration of views from conservation? How can we talk about policies and programs from conservation? I would also like to say that in a country as complex as this one, it's not a list of conversations, because there's many. In a country as ours that's marked by a conflict, it's not the same to do these types of networks where in other countries where these conflicts have not happened, where trust can happen, dialogue. Uh, it's not so easy here, right? So these types of instruments help to have the more organized conversations and hopefully more constructive ones. Thank you, Luis.
Jason, this one is for you. And we have, as countries, a really big challenge in producing maps that guides our decisions in all the scales in a better way. We have to report to the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and we need to use a typology, a standard typology across all countries. What do you see are the main limitations to scaling up ecosystem mapping, given the reporting requirements and the Kunming Montreal framework?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, in Canada, it's the main limitation is really access to data. I'm very envious of the Humboldt Institute, for example. We don't have an institution like that can sort of serve as a focal point or a coordination body for biodiversity information, for example. As Laurent mentioned, we are working on a bond or some type of a platform that will allow us to have this type of system, but we don't have a bond yet. So we're still coordinating and gathering all of the disparate information in our country is a big challenge. So there are provincial agencies that have data. There are non-governmental organizations. There are local organizations that Luis talked about. There's indigenous communities that collect data. There's the whole citizen science. Laurent mentioned about a naturalist. But to pull all of that data together, and I think that the key thing now is the ecosystem. A standardized classification system is quite new. So we have a legacy of information that has been collected, not in that system. So understanding how we can take that legacy information and crosswalk it or understand it in that new typology, and then be able to model those data points across the country. It's been discussed. Laurent mentioned the machine learning and artificial intelligence tools, and they're very big buzzwords these days in all aspects of our society. And we do a lot of research into these algorithms as well. But we find that if you don't have good training data for a fancy algorithm, for an AI algorithm, a deep learning algorithm, or a machine learning algorithm, you don't get a very good output. I mean, it's the classic. I'm not sure if we use the term in South America, but garbage in, garbage out, right? We put bad data into a model, we expect to get bad data out of a model. And that's what, with the machine learning algorithms, we're just getting, more precise bad data, I guess, out of, we're just propagating those errors across the landscape. And so I think that from our perspective, we spend a tremendous amount of time just collecting this information and trying to standardize it. And I think that some of these concepts are really new. This, using a standardized global classification system and being able to collect all of the legacy information and use it to inform, because the timelines to report under the GBF are not that long. So It's a big, I think, yeah, from my perspective, it's really doing a good job at scaling up these ecosystem maps using good ground-based ecosystem data. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you. And bueno, muchas gracias a todos por estar acá. Creo.
All right, thank you all for being here. I think that these were very different outlooks on the biodiversity observation. This is sort of an appetizer. I want to invite you in October. We're going to have a GeoBond conference regarding biodiversity data. These are called living data. I invite you to look for it online and be part of this conference. And so, thank you all for being here, and let's work to conserve the beautiful biodiversity we have. Thank you to all the participants and our moderator for sharing this valuable information, fundamental to encourage the sustainable development of our country and the continent. Right now, we're going to do a break to go to lunch. We will see you here at 2 p.m. to carry on with our day's agenda. Thank you for those of you who are connected through us through the YouTube live stream, IGAC and IDEAM. We'll see you at 2 p.m. sharp.
Bienvenidos de vuelta a esta, la 10ª semana AmeriGEO 2020. Y GAC, de con apoyo de la Nacional. Saludos a las personas que están con nosotros, los canales oficiales del IDEAM, Instituto Geográfico Aguasi y en YouTube. Los satélites y las medidas pueden detectar
Can Argentina, Mr. Santiago Nogueira. Online with us, we also have connected Abraham Ortiz, General Director of the National Institute of Ecology and Climate Change, Mark's focal point. And together with us on this session, we also have Diego Alejandro Sanchez, geologist from the hydrocarbon sector from the Ministry of Mining and Energy. Sarah Castellano is also joining this panel, being the senior panelist of climate change from Ecopetrol Oil and Gas Company. Mrs. Dolores Barrientos Aleman, representative of the program for the UN for the environment in Colombia and a focal point for Andean countries. She's also with us this afternoon in the room in person to accompany us via the panel, together with Mr. Rodrigo Barbosas, the upstream coordinator from Executive Management for Climate Change in Petrobras, which is also connected with us. Welcome all of you. Good afternoon. Let's continue with the development of this panel in day 2 of the AmeriGEO 2025 week. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. We welcome you to this plenary, How do Satellite-Based Systems and Scientific Measurements Can Actually Promote the Mitigation of Methane Production, organized by the National Observatory of IMEO Methane Observatories and the UN Program for the Environment, AmeriGEO 2025 week, whom we ask, thank you for your invitation to moderate this space. My name is Alejandra Garzon. I'm the technical coordinator from the Observatory for Methane Production of Latin America and the Caribbean, from the Latin American Organization of Energy, which is an organization composed by 27 different countries throughout the region and throughout Latin America and the Caribbean that seek to promote the incorporation and the sustainable development and energy security in the communities. Ethane Observatories is an initiative for methane that seeks to facilitate the implementation of effective commitments of mitigation efforts at a regional level in terms of methane production in energy sectors via technical advice, methodologies, and different strengthening of capacities directed and geared towards national governments, private sector companies, and other relevant stakeholders, as well as working together with international organizations for cooperation, entities, guilds, and different associations that work with methane from the different regulatory fronts, financing fronts, technology, training, education, and data generation. From the exercise that we've been working with and that we've actually evidenced throughout the region, very aligned with the topic of this plenary, we believe that it is necessary to mention how relevant it is to have our efforts united to promote transparency in climate change, to make our actions more robust in climate action, and the need to continue to advance in strengthening our efforts and our conditions that promote these actions. Within these, science, technology, and innovation play a fundamental role in order to find solutions that are actually cost effective and that actually include and incorporate the robustment and climate governance and allow to act with greater speed in this critical decade, highlighted by different scientists to be effective in our limitations of trying to decrease the increase of temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Having scientific data that is solid is key to make effective decisions that are transparent in mitigating methane, which is a greenhouse gas that affects climate change plus public health. Initiatives such as the International Observatory's efforts, the early alert and response systems for methane, MARS, and the measurement group of methane, OGMB, provide reliable data, which is accessible data that is standardized, that allow us to monitor methane emissions with precision and facilitate quick and effective responses. In this plenary, we had the participation of different representatives from different international organizations, from different national governments, and from the corporate sector, from oil and gas industries that will be showing us how they're actually using satellite imagery and measurements in the field in order to strengthen their mitigation strategies throughout the region. We will hear different contributions from Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Brazil, and other different key stakeholders with the purpose of reflecting upon the value of this data in order to improve the regional response in terms of the climate responses and health related to methane. For the opening remarks, I would like to welcome Dolores Barrientos, Aleman representative from the UN Program for the Environment in Colombia, a focal point for Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela. Previously, she used to represent PNUD and Mexico for close to 13 years, where she promoted projects related to biodiversity, climate change, renewable energies, circular economies, mobility, electrical, green financing, and nature-based solutions. Her trajectory includes international cooperation with the financial sector, and she's worked in the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and she led the international banking area in the National Commerce Bank of Mexico. Welcome. Can you please come up to the table? Likewise, in order to provide us some opening remarks, with us we have the director, Gislan Echeverria Prieto, the General Director of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute of Colombia, IDM, that has over 16 years of experience in teaching, research, and doctoral investigation, has led different high-impact initiatives in the environmental sector, promoting working together between academic sector, civil society, governments, and different international networks for knowledge. Her trajectory has an interdisciplinary approach and a solid capacity to manage academic and scientific levels in science, technology, and innovation projects. We invite you to give us your opening remarks.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon to each and every one of you. Once again, a special greeting on behalf of the Hydrology, Meteorology, and Environmental Studies Institute, IDM, from Colombia. And we also wanted to welcome all of you to this space and to everybody that is here for the first time on this AmeriGEO 2025 week that began yesterday. The development of these work days has been key in order to continue to insist on being able to transform knowledge and technology and innovation to dynamize our search for the challenges that we're facing at a regional and global level in terms of climate change, from the exchange of knowledge and the strategic partnerships that these scenarios propose. In this context, our institute, the EDM, plays a fundamental role in monitoring and mitigating methane production with the different missions and fronts that have been our mission. It recompiles vital strategic information in order to perform estimates of the national greenhouse gas emissions inventory, whose last version was launched within the framework of COP16 in October of last year in the city of Cali, Colombia. Amongst these, we have methane gases, which allows for interaction and working together with different stakeholders from the public sector and private sectors as well, from the academic world. Apart from the consolidation of this information, it is key for the compliance of the goals and the commitments that as a country we've undertaken within the different agendas and the different international protocols that we've signed. According to the latest results published by our institute, the EDM, methane is responsible for 27.04% of the greenhouse gas emissions at a national level in Colombia. This is in Colombia, which means out of the 280,101.98 tons of CO2 or equivalents emitted annually, over 75,000 were actually produced by the methane gas. Their sources of emissions are focused in the agricultural sector, mainly processes such as the fermentation of etheric and the rice farming and cattle farming and crops by eliminating solid waste and by treating residual waters, and in the energy sector by using different emissions that are fugitive emissions and combustion processes. These calculations and estimations depend on the development of a statistical process that is working together with different institutions in order to guarantee the quality of the information that is collected, the processing of that information, and the validation of these results with the purpose of making sure that the final report actually represents an adequate context of our country. This information is also available in our web portal www.edam.gov.co for those of you that want to see the details related to this report. Aligned with this, it is key the technical leadership of the EDAM via the Transparency of Climate Colombia, which has provided technical capacities that allows us to work together with the hydrocarbon and oil and gas energy and the Ministry of Mines and Energy to improve our information in order to guarantee exhaustive criteria and precision criteria for the quantifications of fugitive methane emissions in the upstream oil and gas sector. This is essential work for Colombia because based on the data from the companies of this oil and gas sector, we can identify in what areas or what types of activities where we have these emissions focused, and in this way offer technical tools to public policy makers and the responsible parties of implementing these mitigation efforts, promoting mitigation based on the best available data at a national level. However, despite having legal norms that support the promotion of data related to methane emissions, especially in methane associated to oil and gas industries, via Resolution 40066 passed in 2022 for managing fugitive emissions in the oil and gas sector, it is indispensable to also strengthen the configurations of a legal framework that will facilitate the implementations of the different actions that are specific to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions in other different sectors. The previous said is essential if you consider that we still have different barriers in the implementation of these different actions at a financial level, technical level, and technological barriers as well. A clear example of all of this are the difficulties that exist in terms of methane gas associated to mining that has been abandoned mines that despite the joint efforts of different entities, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, USME, and DANNM, and the AMLA mining agencies, we don't actually have reliable instruments that allow us to identify the abandoned mines and to learn about the different procedures that were implemented during the closure periods of these mines. Our institute has also led important efforts in working together with technical scientific facts to generate models and implied to offer different emission factors that are specific to the country, and to this improve our estimates of our emissions that come from rice farming and cattle farming and the diet of our cattle. We understand that an important data, which is more precise, allows us to better focus our mitigation efforts in the compliance of the different climate goals from our country. Finally, I wanted to wrap it up by saying that in this landscape of challenges, the IDM has provided spaces for dialogue at an intersector cross-cutting levels using different articulation tables throughout all the different approaches for managing climate change. As an inventory of the MRB, the NSC, the accounting systems, and RENARE, guided toward avoiding duplicate efforts and to guarantee traceability efforts of information in a collaborative effort that will provide us with agreements and covenants and operations. Aligned with all of this, we are working together with the different ministries as the head of the sector and with entities such as the UME, the different associations and guilds in the private sector in order to generate the appropriate emissions data for reliable data for Colombia. Thank you very much.
Mil gracias.
Well, thank you so much, Director. Now, Dr. Dolores will accompany us, giving us the opening remarks.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you so much, AmeriGEO, for this space, for the UN program, for the environment. It is a pleasure to see so many young people here participating in this event. As was said earlier by our panelists, We're going to have my colleague Florencia Carregas as a panelist. She is our representative at a regional level, specifically for the platform that we want to introduce, which is the email platform. As was said earlier by the previous panelists, methane represents over 25% of the greenhouse gas emissions at a global level. In the PNUMA, we've been working for 15 years and studied everything related to what we denominate short life gases, where precisely methane is included in the short lifespan gases, because there's a great mitigation opportunity. This is a mitigation that will generally be very quick and not necessarily so expensive. And throughout the lifespan, throughout these 15 years, for example, we have a platform, a specific platform, a secretariat that deals with climate change, focused on low lifespan greenhouse gases. This is based out of Paris. It depends on the PNUMA, and email is one of the instruments that we've actually proposed that has evolved, and that today, starting in 2021, these were created for us. For example, normally we see that the benefits, the financial and health benefits in our mitigation efforts of mitigating gases such as methane are substantial. And as I told you earlier, they're very short lifespan emission gases. And many of the countries, fortunately at a global level and throughout the region, are already committed to what we denominate international negotiation, what we call carbon neutral by 2050, net zero 2050. The commitment is there, but we need the implementation means. As you very well know, in the Paris Climate Agreement, the commitment by all the countries that were signed there is that every 5 years we have to renew the mitigation commitments. This year, in 2025, we are expecting all the different member countries to be able to take to the Secretariat, to the Convention for Climate Change from the UN, your new commitments, renewed commitments, and we expect that these are even more strengthened. And in that sense, methane should and is playing a very important role in order to ensure that these commitments at a country level will be even more ambitious. We have the net zero commitment by 2050. However, very few countries are truly undertaking investment efforts and public policy investments in order to achieve this. So I believe that this is a very important topic in our climate change agenda. We would like to, or we already have certain projects in the PNUMA. We have projects for net zero 2050 projects, for example, in Mexico and Costa Rica. With Trinidad and Tobago, we would also like to, for example, Colombia, which is a country which is a very enthusiastic country and is a leader at a global level in environmental and climate issues, could actually, in one way or another, receive the benefit of our experiences for a project for net zero carbon or coal by 2050, net carbon zero. And I wanted to tell you basically that in all of these commitments that occur, throughout all the different climate negotiations, there's an initiative that is called the Global Commitment related to methane, on methane, where many of the different countries throughout the Latin American region and the Caribbean have actually signed this commitment. And the goal is to reduce 30% of the methane emissions with a baseline in 2020 by 2030. So we expect, or we hope, that some of the countries throughout the region will have sufficient elements in order to comply with that commitment, that many of these have already been signed throughout the different climate negotiations in recent years. And basically, the data, why the PNUMA with this agenda, almost 15 years, short lifespan gases, including methane. Why are why is data so important? Because normally countries have not had in the past reliable and sufficient data in order to truly measure your methane emissions. And in fact, for example, when we work in the energy sector and when we try to calculate these emissions of certain greenhouse gases, we use emissions factors, and in that sense many of different emissions factors are generic data, and they're not according to the conditions of each country. They don't collect all the data of each country, and in that sense the PENUMA, via the email project, what we want to promote is for this data to be totally transparent and open. We need to have measurements that are direct measurements, whether by satellite or whether by inventories of greenhouse gas emissions that are performed periodically by different governments and corporations. Different researchers throughout the universities as well are sources of information which are very important as well. And in order to have a comprehensive and more nearby mission related to methane emissions, normally these are underestimated emissions. When we don't actually have first-hand knowledge, these emissions tend to be underestimated, and eventually decision making and ambitions that we should have in order to combat climate change fall short. These are visions that are not actually aligned to the levels that we would like to be with. And as I told you earlier, the PENUMA created the email in 2021 precisely in order to provide this ability to having first-hand information which is transparent information for decision makers. We have other instruments as well that derive from the email. For example, we have a platform, an open and public platform called Careful or with Methane, Ojo en el Metano, or Eye on Methane. You can find it, Eye on Methane, in English or Spanish. We have the Alliance for Methane Reduction for the interest for the oil and gas industry. Many of the different emissions in our region actually come from the oil and gas sector. I had to work for many years in Mexico, being a representative of the PENUMA in Mexico, and also with the email in the beginnings. And we see, for example, that the different emissions that we see via satellite imagery for methane emissions, for example, they're actually, obviously, they're in Texas and in some zones in the U.S., of course, but we also see them in the Gulf of Mexico, where we have exploration efforts for oil and gas companies from Pemex, which is the public Mexican oil and gas company, but also we see them in Venezuela as well. We also have some sightings in other countries that have these oil and gas industries developed, like Colombia and Ecuador, which have a strong oil and gas industry, Brazil as well. And very recently, findings that have been so important, findings of oil and gas in the Guyanas. So we do have real-time information of where we are seeing these emissions, these greenhouse gas emissions. I had to, for example, in a conversation that we had a few years back, that they alerted Mexico because we had emissions, quite large emissions in the Gulf of Mexico. And basically on Earth in a company, of cogeneration company, and basically they told us that it's so easy and it's very low costly to actually check certain machines that we have in some plants, and the costs associated to adjusting these machines or these pipes and these ducts, the cost is so low, and the benefit can be huge if we actually did this work in terms of emissions reductions. So basically we had that relationship. The relationship that we have with the oil and gas sector is a relationship which is very important and a very necessary relationship. We have an early alert system. That's the case that I spoke about. And the response to methane, the email mod, you can also check that alert system via the website. And it's available to everybody. The message how via the email and the PENUMA we can continue to have the best data, the most realistic data the practical data, real-time data, basically from satellite images, from different sector-based research, from the academic sector, from the different governments, from corporations. The challenge that we actually see, and I've had to see this myself as well. For example, an oil and gas country has the Secretariat of the Environment, for example, or Department of the Environment, and the issues of these commitments, these mitigation commitments to eliminate greenhouse gas commitments are there, yes, but we also have ministries of mines and energies where they're the leaders of the sectors for the oil and gas industries and of other energy sectors. And how do we open up that conversation from the environmental sector as well as from the energy sector? How do these converge? But also we have corporations and companies that, in the majority of them, they can be public companies or they can be mixed companies, public partnerships, or private companies. How do we have that conversation? How do we have that collaboration effort work to eventually ensure that this agenda for mitigation of methane efforts via the best data and the best transparency and the best science and opportunities can be an agenda, a real agenda, and the present agenda in our work that we do every year. I invite all of you in these different sessions to actually take advantage of all of these instruments that are offered by the PENUMA and that are offered by the email. Use them, see us, look at us like an important partner for you, and eventually also you tell us exactly what is the best way in your countries to have the proper counterparties and the help for these alert systems that we have to provide these alerts when satellites from the email tell us, for example, that we have certain emissions that are not generally the emissions that are outside of the scope that we've observed or the parameters that we've observed, and that really require actions, quick responses and actions. But we also need to continue to work on having the best data possible related to methane production. And with this, I wish everybody the best possible in all the work and all the conversations that you were going to have throughout these next few days in this very important forum. Thank you so much.
Mil gracias.
Thank you so much, Dolores, for your attention. Now I wanted to invite Sarah, Diego, to please come up and sit down in the chairs. I'm going to sit down with you so that the next part of this event, which is more related with interventions and panels, that we will be doing a hybrid fashion together with our online participants so we can continue the conversations. So I would like at this particular moment to
Listo, perfecto.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. At this moment, I would like Florencia Carreras to speak. She is the regional manager for Latin America and the Caribbean for the Methane Emissions Observatory at an international level of the UN Program for the Environment. Florencia has had a broad experience accompanying different regulatory legal frameworks in Argentina and supports a group of scientists and data generators within the email to work together with the different organizations and companies and governments throughout the regions in this purpose of mitigating methane emissions. Can you hear me? Yes, I hear you perfectly. Thank you very much, Alejandra, for the introduction, and thank you everybody for being present today, this afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Echeverri, for the opening remarks, and thank you so much for those very clear work of Dolores Barrientos, which are very well received and very properly explain the reasons and why we have the observatory for methane emissions, as was mentioned, is part of the UN program for the environment program, United Nations Environment Program. And I wanted to highlight the words that Dolores said earlier, because she began by highlighting the needs that we have to have better data. We understand the current data where we support our public policies with, where we develop our norms, our legal frameworks, our actions, our laws. These are precarious data, unfortunately, that are not actually providing us a true reflection of our reality, which means there's a gap between what we estimate that we emit in terms of emissions and what we truly emit in terms of our emissions. This happens in large part because we are using estimates by using generic emissions criteria that don't truly give us the true sources of the methane emissions, nor the certainty of how large those emissions are. And this doesn't mean that this is a critique to the generic measurement systems, but it is necessary to continue to advance and to have better precisions in our data generations in order to truly understand that the different actions and the reductions of greenhouse gas for methane emissions that we're trying to do is truly precise, and these actions and these reductions can actually be produced at the scale and at the speed that is necessary and needed to be able to comply with our climate commitments at an international level and with the global methane reduction commitments that Colombia has signed in the joint framework that was signed by another 150 countries.
As Dolores mentioned within the email, there are several initiatives. One is Mars, one is Ocean P 2.0. That's an initiative for the oil and gas sector against methane. They're forming part of this plenary. Rodrigo on behalf of Petrobras and Sara on behalf of Ecopetrol, and we also have these scientific studies. All of the initiatives that you see here that are part of the IMEO are crossed by the same concept, to be able to have precise data based in science that help us to understand where are the true and the real mitigation opportunities, because what we must not forget is that these exact data that help us to close the gap that we have on methane emissions are to help us to find mitigation opportunities. We need to connect data with mitigation. That's the main reason that the plenary has today. And while I am going to do a type of general mapping throughout these initiatives, highlighting how each of these initiatives brings mitigation, it is also important to mention and invite you on Thursday. We will be organizing a side event specific to methane, where all of the scientific experts that make a part of each of the IMEO initiatives that are related to all of these initiatives will be talking and commenting what are the methodologies that they use, what are the technologies they use, which are the regions that will be measuring providers for satellite data. So I invite you on Thursday to participate of the side event that we will be organizing, because it will be technical to detail and talking about all of these sections and initiatives that I'll be going over today. So I will be continuing with the presentation. I was mentioning that IMEO has Mars, which is the first satellite global system that notifies large methane emissions that come from the oil and gas industry throughout the world. And here you can see it. It's good to start with Mars because it's a concrete example of how satellite data can be used to reduce methane emissions in a concrete and verified manners. Mars is composed of four components. The first component is the component where the experts in these types of satellite data analyses are using and interpreting data coming from a combination of satellites. And while if you look at the slide that I have on the right, you can see that the satellites are grouped in two types: area flux mappers and point source imagers. In the process of being able to detect and then attribute a specific emission to a specific source, we use a combination of satellites. For example, Tropomi, which is a satellite that we could qualify or rate as a low resolution satellite, but that has high frequency. What it helps us to is to detect large heat points. What you see in this slide on the left is an image provided by a low resolution satellite that, as you can see, the pixelation is large. And the image that it generates is that you can see that there is something that's happening, but you cannot truly understand what it is that's happening. So to be able to understand what's happening, you need to zoom in with a high resolution satellite, as would be EMIT, to be able to understand where the emission source that was detected, a satellite like Tropomi. And here you have the difference between both images: a satellite like Tropomi or a high resolution one like EMIT. And as you can see, it's clear that you can truly understand what is the source of where this emission is rising from. So this is very important, because once you detect and you attribute a specific emission to a specific source, then you move on to the Mars component number 2, which is notification. We're designating focal points for governments to receive Mars notifications throughout the world. Today we have the participation, our focal point from Argentina, Santiago, our focal point from Mexico, Abraham. But these focal points are performed all over the world. The idea is that the government of where the emission is coming from may receive this notification, and the idea is that they act quickly, because every time that a satellite detects an emission, it is a large emission. It's not a small leak. The minimum limit of detection for satellites is about 500 kilograms per hour of methane. So the idea is to act quick, and that the focal point passes the notification to the operator, and the operator may provide feedback of what's happening on the field. And there we're going to the third component, which is the response. Once we receive that response of the cause, of the magnitude, and we do a mitigation plan, we go to the fourth component to verify with satellite data that emission that was once detected is no longer detected by the satellites. And we can move on to the next slide, and I can show you the reason and the main cause for the existence of Mars, which is to find proven cases of mitigation. And here's a proven case of mitigation recent in the province of Chubut in Argentina, where once we detected emissions, we used the EMIT satellite to be able to detect it, and the notification was passed to the focal point through the government quickly. On the same day it was detected, the government then passed the notification to the operator, and in this case the operator replied in very quickly, providing feedback, informing us that the region where this emission was coming from was not characterizing from being a gas region, that the region had an oil well that had started to produce gas associated unexpectedly. Therefore, the operator, in order to perform the mitigation, had to perform concrete actions like installing a light fire, and to be able to contain that gas that was leaking. Once we verified that, we checked with the satellites, and starting on January 8th, the mission was notified on November 13th of 2024 and January 8th, 2025, after the operator did all of the necessary works to perform the mitigation. We were able to prove with the satellites that that emission was no longer detected. And then we can move on to the next slide, because we not only have this proven case of mitigation, but there are diverse mitigation cases that have been proven throughout the world. We have Kazakhstan. This is only in 2025, and we're going more towards the COP. We have from Yemen, from Oman. There's one in Algeria, which is very interesting because it happened. Let's see, happened in Hassim Saoun, which is a very large field in Algeria. It's an ancient field that, according to satellite data, we had been detecting emissions coming from an oil well for more than 20 years. It is estimated that this well was freeing methane annually, approximately 27,500 tons of methane annually. And so that's like 500,000 vehicles circulating throughout a year. And IMEO did a training with the Argentinian government in 2024. They put to their knowledge, to the government, that there was an emission being detected through satellite data in this well, and after 2024 it was no longer detected. This emission was no longer detected. So you see how important this connection may be of satellite data with the action on the field that requires collaboration between governments and operators. And now if we can move to the next slide, please. I don't want to stop here for a long time because I know that I don't have a lot of time, but we're going to go to GMP 2.0, which was also mentioned by Dolores. And I want to mention that when you talk about email, what happens? They always talk about satellites. Email is not only satellites. Email is measurements. Email is being precise in the data through adequate technology that can be satellite data, or it can be technology that is able to measure on site. And this is this initiative for the oil and gas sector against methane, which what it does is basically to present these 5 levels of reporting, this framework that helps companies to increase gradually in the granularity of the report, so that it goes on from generic measurements to measurements on the field. And Sarah and Rodrigo, who are here today, they can probably tell us how we can reach the more OGMP levels, and how the granularity of the reports has helped them to find mitigation opportunities. There are more than 53 companies that belong to OMP. They cover a huge percentage of oil and gas production in Latin America, and as Dolores mentioned, Pemex is not part of OGMP today. It's interesting because they were part of the first version of OGMP, but no longer. So we expect them to join soon. Now, this is another initiative, which are the scientific studies that IMEO is performing throughout the world. In this slide, I highlight all of the studies that have been performed, that are taking place, and that IMEO plans to perform in the Latin American and Caribbean region. And it's important to understand that there are more than 40 studies all over the world that are taking place thanks to IMEO. Colombia stands out because Colombia, the largest study is taking place that IMEO has funded. It's involved in, and it's the study of baseline. Basically, there's a campaign in the sector, oil and gas sector, with we want to measure residues, abandoned oil wells, carbon, hydroelectrics. On Thursday, Rodrigo Jimenez from the National University of Colombia, who's leading the study of baseline, will tell us much better than I can what are the methodologies that they plan to use to measure the emissions in these types of sectors. Siniro is going to be here from SIAT as well, who's going to share with us how they want to measure methane measurements. There are studies already in Venezuela. In Argentina, we measured abandoned wells in the province of Chubut, and we're planning to go to the province of Neuquén, where we have Vaca Muerta. In Mexico, we did a study of emissions on and offshore, and in Brazil, we're evaluating the possibility of also performing a study in oil and gas and air culture. It is important to understand that once these studies are finalized by AmeriGEO, all of the data is published through scientific articles through the platform. Watch out on methane, which was mentioned by Dolores in her opening remarks. And now we can move on to the next slide. And this is a little more like a zoom. I'm going to go quickly to not extend myself and then give time to the other participants. These are the baseline studies for email. Our category within scientific studies, the idea is no longer to measure the oil and gas sector, but to measure residues, agriculture, carbon, and Colombia, as I mentioned previously, is an example of one of the baselines studies of email. And what's the end goal? These data that the study produces, that they be utilized both by the government and the operators to find the mitigation opportunities. That's why I put a photograph in this slide where there's an example of a campaign that happened in Hamburg, where with the data, they started to identify sources and mitigate said sources. And this is simply so that you can see what has already happened in Colombia and what is to be published eventually, hopefully soon, but we do have to wait a couple more months. We did a campaign of oil and gas measurement by the Campton University, where there was an aerial campaign, and then they collected data on land. They measured 6 subregions, 67% of the production of oil, the 66% of gas production. This data is currently being analyzed, being interpreted, so that an inventory can be created. It is important to highlight that all of the studies scientific of AmeriGEO are always advanced by an academic institution, and though what we seek is that the academic institution that leads the study be primarily a local institution. That's why the National University of Colombia is leading a large part of the baseline study of AmeriGEO. Here we have our partners, National University of Colombia, SIAT, Carleton University, and McGill University is going to measure abandoned wells. We also have Harvard, who's doing an investment analysis of satellite data. And then the next slide. And to conclude, as Dolores mentioned in her presentation, an ion methane data platform is we launched it at the COP last year, and we want to include all of the data to date to be integrated in this platform in an interface that's easy to use by the users, where you can explore by sector, by company, by country, by scientific published studies. The idea is that you're able to download all of this data and that you can use it according to the needs that you may have as a government or as an organization. They have a QR code for those of you who are interested in exploring the platform, but also on Thursday during our side event, the manager is going to be there, the person in charge of leading this platform, telling us firsthand how we can use it, what are the characteristics, and what are the new launchings that are going to be happening towards COP. That's it in regards to email, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Florencia, for your presentation. Coming up next, we will know governmental uh, regarding methane Mars to impulse these efforts to reduce methane emissions. We're going to welcome Santiago Nogueira, Subsecretary of Climate Change of UCAN and focal point for Mars in Argentina. And Santiago is a licensed in social service, climate activist, and promoter of the network in defense of rivers in province of Neuquén and translation in plants in Neuquén. He was a deputy and author of the Law of Alert as subsecretary. Can you hear us? Good afternoon. Can you hear us? Well, before anything, thank you very much for the invitation to participate of this panel and the opportunity to tell you about the experience of our province in the hydrocarbon sector and the use of satellite technology within this process. Firsthand, I want to tell you that Neuquén is a province located in the north of Patagonia, Argentina, which is a province that's historically with a high presence of the hydrocarbon sector, and over the last few years, it's been accentuated on the development of non-conventional hydrocarbons. And we not only have this history, but a projection of growth over the next few years that's significant, which has made us think about the need of assuming a commitment in the decarbonization of the sector. The current government is a recent government after a change in political of management that happened at the end of 2023, with which we saw a significant change because in our previous government, provincial governments, climate change was an absent problem and an absent issue in the government agendas. And this new government has assumed a commitment in that sense, going towards the neutrality of carbon in our province and to lead a decarbonization process of the sector. If we could move on to the next slide. Good. And in that sense, over the last year and a half of management, we've seen advancements. As I was mentioning, this was an absent issue, but we've created since then the Subsecretary of Climate Change. We've sanctioned a provincial law with a regime of climate change for the province Auken, and what it has to do with the hydrocarbon sector. We have designed and started to implement our monitoring and mitigation program for greenhouse gases in the hydrocarbon sector. And we have also established contact with IMEO, and we've become a focal point for the Mars system. How are we implementing and how are we thinking about the decarbonization in the sector? Basically, excuse me for a moment. We currently have two lines of important work. One that I was mentioning is our monitoring and mitigation program of emissions, where we've established all companies of the sector to report annually all of their greenhouse gas emissions, yearly carbon dioxide, methane, and dioxide. But we're going to put the emphasis and priority on methane because of the mitigation potential and for being one of the gases that has the largest impact. This is complemented with our participation as our focal point of Mars, and it is is complementary for us because the objective, our objective, we've built ourselves as first instance in the process of decarbonization, is to start from the construction of an information system regarding emissions. How can we build a system based on robust data in a process that we can gradually making more and more complex as we advance, methodologically speaking, to have the best data available. So these two components within the process, our monitoring program and being a focal point for Mars, contribute enormously in being able to develop this information system. This system for us is the base, and it has to be the starting point to be able to develop the Segovial plan of mitigation, and from there to strengthen and update the normative framework in relation to the emissions in hydrocarbon sector. Our province at its time was a pioneer in the 90s within our country in sanctioning a normative of emissions of the hydrocarbon sector. We were pioneers at the time, but we need to update it currently. And for that, we are presenting the construction of this robust system of emissions. We've designed this road to advance in the process, so to speak. For us, Mars is an important piece because it allows us, while we are building this information system, to be able to intervene in a quick manner regarding the large methane emissions that are occurring in the hydrocarbon sector. While we are making the methods more complex and the reports of emissions, we can act on the supervisions of methane in a quick manner and an efficient manner. That's one of the most important elements that we find within Mars to be able to advance the process that we've faced in the province in Uken. The responses that we've received from the notifications that we received from Mars have been so far excellent. We've received the responses from all of the companies that have notified us when they've detected emissions, super emissions. Perhaps one of the points that we're trying to check is how can we shorten the times, the response times, because precisely what we're looking for is to be able to have a quick intervention and quick response over those emissions. This being a focal point for Mars and the notification have granted us to achieve better articulation within the government and other areas that are that have competency with the sector. Prior to the government of the province of Uken had an impact on climate change, emissions were addressed in the hydrocarbon sector exclusively by the subsecretariat of the government within the energy ministry. Today, as I was telling you, we have a subsecretariat of the hydrocarbons, but also a climate change subsecretariat that is within the environment subsecretariat. So we, being a focal point and receiving the notifications of super emissions in the sector, and starting from being and from intervening in these super emissions, has impulsed us, pushed us in the first place to design and articulate with all of these government instances that did not exist previously, or that perhaps they were not associated before. We started articulating to start thinking of acting protocols when we receive the notifications of Subsecretariat of Climate Change, how to intervene to the inspections that have to be performed of the hydrocarbon subsecretariat, and then the area of environmental evaluation of the environment secretariat. So from these notifications, different areas of the government come into play, and they interact, and they're complementary to the feedback form that we bring to the company. So we are currently working on strengthening and designing these protocols, and also how, starting from the notifications that we get from Mars, we generate, and we are developing a on-point program of emissions in the hydrocarbon sector in the province, in our province. So for us, it has been a very enriching experience, the work that we've been doing with Mars, and it is complementary with the link of the entire process of monitoring. I briefly just wanted to share with you the experience of our province in relation to the decarbonization and our participation in the Mars system. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Subsecretariat Santiago, for your presentation. Up next, we are going to get to know an example of how the in situ measurement data of these baseline are used for the identification of priorities and national planning. For that, we're going to welcome Diego Alejandro Soncha. He's an engineer of oils in the direction of hydrocarbons of the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Energy in Colombia. He has training as geologist of the National University of Colombia with a master's in information technology, and he currently is doing a master's in geophysics. Thank you, Alejandra. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to the ministry to be part of this event. For us as a regulatory entity of mines and energy, is very important to participate in these spaces because our role as articulators is very relevant in the industry. So, okay, I think we have a small introduction of what methane is in the world and why we're so focused in making these measurements, especially in this gas, since it's a hydrocarbon. It generates a potential of global warming 84% more than CO2. So we need to have the magnifying glass here on this gas. And that's why our efforts are leading this way. It's currently responsible for 30% of global warming. And keeping in mind the sectors that emit methane, we have a small summary of proportionally how much is emitted in agriculture, how much in the industry of mines and energy industry by residues and waste. For the ministry, it is important to tackle this 35% in the world that we see the data in Colombia. That are generated in the industry of exploitation of these resources. So going into Colombia, the data was already presented to us by the director of VDM, but it's important to highlight that specifically in Colombia, in the hydrocarbon energy, we're emitting about 30 to 35% of greenhouse gases. In Colombia, we have currently policies that are focused in tackling this problem. The first of them is the Resolution 40066, through which we regulate methane emissions, but all of greenhouse gases.
We also have, Colombia is also part of the Global Coalition for Climate and Clear. And likewise, we've also signed the commitment from the Coalition on Global for Climate Change and the Global Methane Pledge to reduce our emissions by 2030. We've also seen that satellite imagery and images actually are very useful for three things. First, to monitor globally and continuously methane gas emissions, and generally the different activities related to the oil and gas sector in Colombia are not so focalized to large populated centers or cities. They're operations that are more remote. So this monitoring at a satellite level actually allows us to have that broader vision and helps us to monitor in these remote regions where access is not easy for the different entities that try to oversee and try to understand this industry's emissions. And it's also very important to detect super emitters. or in the case that we generate certain events, non-planned events in the different activities, we can facilitate this quick response in very specific locations where we generate these different emissions, and in order to have better control. And lastly, given the fact that these images or these satellite images actually help us to not depend exclusively on information that is reported by corporations, but it also allows external parties or third parties or different entities or verifiers, overseers, or different entities or environmental organizations can actually do that verification and ensure that these emissions are actually accurate and where these emissions are actually happening and how much. Well, some of these technologies were already mentioned earlier that can be used in order to measure these methane emissions. As in terms of the advantages, I already talked about the three major ones. Obviously, it allows us to cover the entire Colombian territory. We detect super emitters and continuous monitoring and supervision, which is very important. But it does have certain limitations. Obviously, the idea with advancement, with time and technology, we can maybe mitigate the limitations that these images actually produce or have. It's also important to mention that satellite imagery has to be accompanied by field visit measurements. The field measurements allow us to verify and calibrate our data at a satellite level as well, because, for example, as was mentioned by Florencia earlier in Colombia, the studies are not only based on satellite imagery or the data that satellites provide, but they're also accompanied by certain in-field measurements to help us calibrate these different emissions so we can have a baseline that is robust enough for the entire Colombian territory. And they also help us to truly feature the sources. It's uniting efforts to have a better feature, better characterization of the different sources that are emitting these greenhouse gas and methane emissions, whether because we have continuous winds that are blowing or because there's maybe a leak that was an unexpected leak of methane. And lastly, this also helps us to generate certain public policies and to help update our laws based on what we actually find and the different studies, what they showcase, and using this data to produce better laws. And here, how can this data help us prioritize our national mitigation efforts for methane reduction? Well, we've identified that it's important to identify precisely what sources are actually generate these emissions. It's also very important to understand where exactly the greatest amount of emissions are being generated in order to prioritize our actions from the government to attack these emissions. And it supports strategic planning as well. It supports validation at a national level. It helps strengthen our laws and regulations, and it helps us produce policies based on robust evidence. Well, these studies have supported us in implementing Resolution 40066. And as was mentioned earlier, generally data that is provided to us are not very reliable, what is given to us by corporations. So having some solid and robust baselines helps us. Now it's easier to generate some long-term plans that are truly realistic and can actually be verifiable, that can actually provide us data that is more reliable to be able to truly verify and understand and oversee that the actions that are being taken are truly being complied with. It also helps us design and implement methane emission plans, validating detection systems and technology, and verify reports and verification, and technical support for environmental and technical authorities as well. And it helps us have transparency at an international level as well. So with this, from the ministry, we want to play this role of complying with these commitments that we've undertaken and we've signed internationally, that the country has actually signed. And it's very important to be in these spaces as well. Thank you so much.
Mil gracias, Diego.
Thank you, Diego. I wanted to make a small comment related to what we're doing at the National Observatory, Regional Observatory. We've been able to evidence how Colombia, in parallel or simultaneously or as a reference from other countries in the region, actually is presenting some significant advances in terms of the development of legal frameworks and laws that set the baseline for different monitoring actions and reporting actions associated to methane emissions in the sector, but also working together with different actors that are relevant actors or stakeholders in the sector to have better governance. Up next, we will learn about two brief stories, two brief success cases about the usage of satellite imagery for monitoring and mitigating methane from the corporate sector, business sector. Now let's begin with Sarah Castellano. Sarah, she's a senior professional from HSC and climate change for the Ecopetrol Oil and Gas Company, state company in Colombia. She has 15 years of corporate environmental management experience. She has team management and negotiation experience and reports and on climate change, decarbonization, and methane gas emissions in the oil and gas sector. Please go ahead. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you so much for inviting us this afternoon to share our experiences, how we manage methane emissions in Ecopetrol, state-run oil and gas company. It's important to mention that Ecopetrol's methane works with many different teams in different areas. It formally began in the year 2018 when Ecopetrol decided to adhere formally or voluntarily, forgive me, to the Coalition for Clean Air Initiative. Afterward, in November of 2020, OGMP led by the UN 2.0. And within the framework of all of these initiatives, voluntary initiatives, they also adhere to the zero routine burnings initiative by the World Bank, trying to bet on zero methane emissions by 2030 from the OC. And they signed the decarbonization letter within the COP28 in Dubai. All of these voluntary emissions and methane management are within the strategy, the 2040 strategy that Ecopetrol is working with, and also in decarbonization plan that was announced publicly in 2021 by the company. And in March of 2023, Ecopetrol publicly announced its reduction goals for reduction of methane, a reduction of 45% of their baseline emissions that started in 2019 to 2025, and a reduction of 55% by 2030. With reductions during the 2020-2024 period of over 17,300 methane tons because of leaks, closing leaks, winds, or in tanks, etc. In the GMT framework, we report annually the different methane emissions broken down by assets. We've advanced in our reporting systems, beginning with a level 3 and more recently reaching a level 5 for some of our most important assets. And norms and laws in Colombia, which were mentioned by Diego. Resolution 40066 is issued in February 2022. They give you 2 years of transition. In February 2024, we actually talked about the first leak reports about components, the detection program, and the repair of leaks, our closure plan for any wind-related leaks, and we're currently doing direct measurements for deficiencies in flare burning. Ecopetrol has been reporting its emissions since 2008 within our greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We have until 2019 that they did the first measurement campaign, actually direct campaign for fugitive emissions. Later on in 2021, with the support of the Canadian government, for an entire year in Ecopetrol, we've had measurements of fugitive emissions and winds and tanks and wells as well in the assets of the production segment. And this provides sufficient information in order to decide to change the inventory. We went from an inventory based on different generic emissions factors and fugitive emissions calculations with counting accessories to a new inventory based on direct measurements. We had an increase between 3 to 5x more emissions with direct measurements depending on the source of emissions. That same year, we performed the first measurement campaign, the top-down campaign at a site level with an arrow transporting measure, a spectrometer that we used in 95% of the different assets that are in production and in the Cartagena and Barranca Bermeja refineries. In the next years, we've been having a campaign, a top-down campaign, annual campaign, and campaigns at a source level or the bottom up for those material sources in order to complete our inventory of emissions with direct measurements. Now, we are currently planning the fourth top-down emissions study at operated as well as the most relevant non-operated assets as well. And the measurements that I told you about the efficiencies of burning at the flare sites. So we've also been invited to participate in different studies, scientific studies, helping and collaborating in these studies. Last year, we had measurements from the top down from by the University of Carleton with a sensor that we had not tested in the past. Map gassing lidar with a lower altitude at a lower altitude. And this year, that same university visited our facilities. Over 55 assets from the production sector were visited with measurements of leaks, winds in the tanks, efficiency of combustions, and efficiencies of burning at the flare. And we're expecting the results of this. And also working with McGill University to continue with these studies as well that Florencia mentioned earlier. In terms of technologies for measurements, we've implemented top-down and bottom-up measurement technology at a regional level, in situ and at the source. At a regional level, from the ICPET, the Colombian Institute of Oil and Petroleum Transition Technologies, during 2019, for a year, we had satellite imagery that we analyzed for Sentinel-5 Petromi satellite, where we had drought periods and rainy periods. We analyzed a lot of information at a regional level. It is not specifically available. We can't assign one methane emissions that we can see in this satellite, but it did help us with later emissions campaigns. We made the decision in 2021 to acquire images from a commercial satellite. We checked 3 different areas that were prioritized that Tripome showed us in 2019, 2020. A satellite that has less detection limits, 100 kilograms per hour, however. We didn't see too much either way. So from that point forward, we decided to have campaigns of measurements related to in situ measurements with aero-transported measurement devices with detection limits that vary between 10 kilograms to 30 kilograms per hour, which is the minimum. And from there upward, depending on the altitude of flight varies between 1,500 to 4,500 feet. The altitude depends on many conditions. The altitude of flight, like the safety, the topographical conditions as well. It depends on different integrity conditions, if there's populations there, and physical security as well in the country, and security or safety. Finally, at the bottom-up level or at the source level, we've actually done measurement campaigns as well. And in order to accomplish this, we can tell you that there's not just one technology alone for every purpose. That source works for everything. For this, we've used technical guidance of the OGMP, where for each different source, they've provided us or proposed what would be the best technologies to use according to the source or the behavior of that source. It's very important to understand, first of all, what are the emission sources and how these behave, what conditions, operation conditions lead to the generations of these emissions, like temperature, pressure, flow, if they're continuous, if they're intermittent. And with this, we can properly select the appropriate emission technology that will give us the best precision possible and the less uncertainty for decision making. Finally, as conclusions, well, for Ecopetrol, it's been very important to be able to do these measurements, directly measure, because not only this allows to update our inventories and to have better notions in terms of true emissions related to methane emissions within our operations, but it also allowed us to identify very clearly exactly what were the sources of emissions, where they're actually located, and quantify these adequately in the rates of emissions. This is fundamental to be able to truly prioritize initiatives for reductions of methane emissions. Something else that's important, you're invited to participate, we were invited to participate in scientific studies that are being done in the region, which is very important because this allows us to exchange knowledge and use new technologies as well. We're very attentive to the results of these new measurement studies in Colombia to be able to compare this with the data that we ourselves have been collecting in the past, ever since 2019, and to take any actions that are necessary. And the UMP 2.0 framework, the Alliance for the Methane in the Oil and Gas Sector, well, we can actually say that it's been fundamental for us because it provides a standardized framework for managing methane emissions based on data. And this has allowed us to promote continuous improvement processes within the organization. Likewise, we also wanted to highlight the exchanges of experience with other operators that are also part of this initiative. This has allowed us to share lessons learned, success cases, and this, at the end of the day, actually moves and accelerates and increases the efforts to reduce methane emissions throughout the entire sector. And norms or regulations in the country has been key in order to mobilize and push methane gas emission reductions in the sector. And finally, in terms of challenges, there are many challenges, obviously. But here, let's just talk about 4 major challenges that we're facing at this particular moment. The first challenge is to be able to truly define the best combination of technologies that is cost effective and should be adequate for the diversity of the different assets and sources, and with the least uncertainty to be able to make decisions based on reliable data. The process of reconciliation, which is comparing that data with all the views, like the top-down measurements that we use at a regional level, in situ, and the bottom-up ones at the source levels as well. And with this comparison, not only reach level 5 between the OGMP, but also make decisions. If I need to do more measurements in order to reduce uncertainty, or if I already have sufficient enough energy, the next step would be the action step to implement actual initiatives to reduce methane emissions. We have to continue to advance in non-operated assets. You know that Ecopetrol operates many assets directly, but we have others that are third-party operated. And lastly, but not the least important, access to financing sources. It's very important to work with data based on measurements that are reliable measurements, but also we need to have appropriate financing resources available for the implementation of initiatives for mitigation in the short term, and in that fashion achieve our climate objectives to reduce our methane emissions. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for your interventions, and to end our plenary today related with the mitigation of methane. Now, Rodrigo Barbosa virtually will talk. He's the manager for energy efficiency and decarbonization in the upstream sector in the Petrobras company. He represents the company in external baseline related to methane emissions like OGMP 2.0 or OGCI, and the World Association of the Oil and Gas Sector to promote environmental and social performance, VIECA, and the International Association of Oil and Gas Producers. Please go ahead, Rodrigo.
I will change the language to English. My Spanish is not that good. Not my English better, but I will change to English. Yes. So the idea here is to talk a little bit. Sorry, I hearing. I hear the Spanish too. Oh.
We can hear you.
Yeah, yes, I can hear, but I hearing the Spanish translation as well. Let me see if I can. Okay, how can I do that? Sorry. Okay. 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 I think it's fine. So my idea here is to talk a little about our roadmap for methane mitigation and monitoring for Petrobras. As Alejandra told, I'm responsible for this area here in Petrobras, and as a head of the OGMP task force, so you focus on that. So for those who don't know Petrobras is a big oil company here in Brazil. It's the main company here of production of oil, gas, and refining, power plants. So we have mostly 3 million barrels of production of oil gas productions per day. Most of our production is very focused on the offshore production. So this is a very important part that differentiates us from other companies that more focus on shore. So the strategy for monitoring and for mitigation is a little bit different. Of course, we have 11 billion tons of property reserves and a capex on the last strategic plan of 100 billion US dollars. So next slide, please. So in Petrobras, we believe that to have this our oil and gas production resilient in the long term, we need to be both economic resilience, so deliver a production with low carbon, with low costs, like extraction cost, and of course to be environmental resilience, to deliver a product with low carbon as well. So for that, we have 6 specific commitments related to the carbon reduction. Next slide, please. So we have some commitments related to operational absolute emissions for the whole company. We have some commitments to routine flare reduction, GHG intensity, both on upstream and refining segments as well. But I focus on the last one. The last one is our upstream methane intensity targets. We intend to reduce our upstream intensity targets, methane targets, to 0.2 in 0.25 in 25 and 0.2 in 2030. So for reaching this commitment, this target, having reliable emissions data is very critical can build a very specific roadmap, mitigate the source that are emitting the methane, much of the parts. So I believe the monitor of methane, have a good inventory is the key part of our mitigation process, is the initial step. Next one, please. So for that, we joined RGMP 2.0 in 2023. As another panelist told, the RGMP is very focused on deliver a general framework for measurements and reporting of methane emissions. So this is a very important initiative that we are joining in 2023. And as a company member, we are committed to improve our methane emissions from a generic emission factor, a calculated emission, to a specific emission monitoring direct on the source. So for that, we are implementing a roadmap to reach level 4, both level 4 and level 5. And for that implementation plan, we received in the last 2 years, 2023 and 2024, the Gold Standard Pathway badge, saying that the implementation plan is correct. Next one, please. So this is basically our roadmap for Petrobras, or GMP. We are now in the year 2 in 2025. So we just reported in May our 2024 data, and we are doing now our level 4 campaigns, level 5 campaigns. So our biggest challenge is next year we have to deliver all our operated assets in level 4 emissions monitoring, and 1/3 in level 5. So we are working on that. Next one. So this is basically the resume of our evolution on measurements. So on the left side is the level 3 data that used to do in the past, and the level 4, the right side, the level 4, level 5 methodologies that we are implementing. For example, on the offshore units, basically most of our emissions come from 3 types of source. Fugitive emissions, that are small leaks from connections, flanges, methane from flaring, that the methane that are not burned on the flare, the methane sleep, and the venting of hydrocarbons is the 3 main sources. So, for example, for fugitive emissions, we goes from have emissions calculated from average emission factors to emissions quantified, detected and quantified by KLGI cameras, optical gas imaging cameras, or high flow samplers directly on the source. For flaring emissions, we already have the flow measurement, but we do not have the destruction efficiency measurement. So on the past, we used the 98% default combustion efficiency from API, and now we are simulating. We are simulating for each unit, which is like a PEMS, predictive emissions monitoring systems, like a model that capture the operational data, real-time data from the units, and calculate and model the combustion efficiency for each flaring. And we are calibrating this model with the VISR camera as well. And for venting, we jumped from engineering calculation, Vasquez bags calculation, that from API as well, to a process simulation and modeling. And on the bigger vents, on the small vents, we are using the high flow sampler. And for level 5, our preferred method is to doing the drone measurements to the site level monitoring. So next one, please. So just a little bit of what we did in 2024. So for chief emissions, we did almost half of our units on the offshore and onshore as well. So this was 30 campaigns in 2024 with the LGI cameras that are shown on the bottom of the slide. For flaring, we did almost 80% of our flaring through modeling and online calculation. So we are finishing in this year 100% of flaring, and so as positives. For venting, we implemented the model and online calculation for half of our units. So each specific unit and each specific source vent post, vent for the dehydrator, vent for a mine, they have a specific source, specific model. And the combustion is not very material. For our offshore units, we have only 2 onshore assets that's material, and we did some direct measurements. Next one. To level 5, as I told before, our preferred method for offshore site level monitoring is drone. So we did with some companies last year 3 campaigns. This year we are planning to do 6 to upgrade our inventory to level 5, the drone measurements and the reconciliation. Next one. So how about satellites? So we have some challenge on using satellites on Petrobras, on Brazil for level 5. First, because of our high cloud coverage. We have some many cloud coverage in Brazil, so this is a challenge for our country. We have low maturity for measurements in offshore. So as far as I know, the technology is not very mature yet for offshore production, for offshore measurements. We have, as the other panelists told, the high detection limits, the other technologies, and the last one is as far as I know, the OGMP does not accept satellites as monitoring as a site level campaign. So this is a big problem for us. But we are not yet considering satellites for like a complementary survey of our units. So basically our strategy here in Petrobras for satellites measurements, we are having now R&D projects that will evaluate the performance of 2 satellite data providers and compare them for methane detection. And with that, we will use these satellite data providers to do the complementary surveys of our units. The biggest objective, the biggest focus is to focus on our onshore units that are very spread geographically, and to seek identify methane hotspots, so major emitters. So this is the main focus in Petrobras. So satellite is a complementary monitoring technology for us. So this is it. Thank you.
Perfecto, te agradecemos, Rodrigo, y agradecemos a todos los.
Thank you, Rodriguez, and we thank all the panelists that are accompanying us in this plenary and to all the different participants of this event. The final invitation is don't miss out on the methane agenda that we're working throughout the region that permanently is being presented by new products and research and different partnerships with diverse access to continue in this exercise. Thank you to everybody.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much to all of the participants of this panel. Thank you for your participation, and for those of you who are joining us in YouTube through the channels of IGAC and IDEAM. We're going to continue with our next panel without leaving behind and telling you to prepare yourselves, because by the end of the day we're going to have a cultural sample here on stage. So I told you you would not regret today, and it was going to be an unforgettable day. We have a surprise for you. We're going to continue with the second block of week AmeriGEO 2025 with resilience in the Americas, monitoring of the risks from the development on space. This seeks to look for strategic role in the strengthening of security and resilience in the Americas through the monitoring of illicit activities, the management of emergencies, and the protection of vulnerable territories, with focus on decision-making, informed decision-making, and sustainable governance. This will be led by Wilmer Galarza, military Ecuador, and Marta Gio Gomez, evaluator, as well from the military in Ecuador. Ms. Marta has cadastral projects, elaboration of geographic documents, applied studies, and project management. She's an alternate member of the Geographic Commission of IPGH in Ecuador, with the disaster framework project of the UG, and coordinator of the focal point for Earth observation for Ecuador. Her trajectory combines technical and cadastral with active participation of international networks, contributing to the strengthening of capacities and capabilities and regional cooperation in territorial management, risk prevention, and the use of space information. Wilmer Galarza is a geographer engineer with a focus in security and operations for the alternative and preventive development. He directs the Geographic Institute in Ecuador, where he integrates the power of systems of geographic information and remote sensors to generate strategic solutions. As a geo alternate in Ecuador, he encourages international cooperation and the intelligent use of geospatial information to strengthen resilience, security, and the quality of life in territories. Along with them, an important group of panelists will be joining them. Cesar Parra Leon, Chief of Planning Department of the Military Forces of Colombia. Cesar Buitron also will be joining them. He's part of the cartographic products through teledetection, the development of geographic models for risk management and security, and strengthening of security in space technologies in Ecuador. They are also joined by Veronica Kopakova, expert in Earth observation of the Czech Geologic Service. Sandra Rodriguez is also joining them. She's professional in public policies of the UN Offices Against Drugs and Crime. Finally, Oscar Figueroa. He's an advisor for Latin America in the International Center for Crime Prevention in Montreal, Canada. We welcome all of the participants of this panel so that they can share with us and help us understand security and resilience in the Americas, monitoring threats and the development of space. Okay, good afternoon to everybody. It's a pleasure that you've been joining us in person, and those who join us virtually also thank you very much. If you allow me, I would like for our speakers and our panelists to join us here on stage, and a Major Wilmer Galarza, who's the moderator. Thank you very much. And as Stephanie mentioned, online, we're also joined by Veronica and we're joined by Oscar from Chile. We thank them very much that they are here with us as well. As I was telling you, it's a pleasure to welcome you to this plenary called Security and Resilience in the Americas. And today we're meeting to reflect, to talk, but also to get to know a little bit what it is that we're interested from the technological experiences that allow us to protect our communities and our territories. Because the relationship between security and development is more and more latent. We from Ecuador have been for several years in AmeriGEO stating that without security there's no development, and I'm sure we've felt it in to have the floor. Major, the floor is yours, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Doctor. For me, it's an honor, and I'm very proud to be representing the Ecuador military. I want to express my congratulations to AmeriGEO Colombia, IGAC, IDEAM, and the National University of Colombia for this important and enriching technical event. It's an honor for me to give you a welcome to this session dedicated to security and resilience in the Americas, a strategic pivot to strengthen the capabilities of our countries through the observation of Earth. We live in a diverse region. It's dynamic and defiant, where security and resilience are not only desirable conditions, but fundamental pillars of sustainable development. In this context, technologies of Earth observation have demonstrated to be indispensable tools to understand, anticipate, and act facing threats that compromise that threaten the well-being of our countries. But beyond technology, what really transforms is how we integrate this information in the systems of decision makings. When doing this, we promote a more transparent governance and based in evidence. In this session, we will have the privilege of listening to experts, regionally speaking, that will show us good practices, innovative solutions, and collaboration. The objective is clear: to advance towards understood security, not only as control, but as a guarantee as regional resilience. To start this panel, it is important to mention our speakers that we have simultaneous translation and that each of the interventions will have 10 minutes. It's an honor for me to introduce you to the first speaker, who is Brigadier retired Cesar Parra. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to greet you all. Thanks to IDEAM, IGAP, the National University of Colombia, for the invitation today, and our team of Ecuador, Marta and Wilmer. And a greeting to everybody who are listening and watching us on social media right now. To understand security cooperation and territorial cooperation is very important to identify what Kofi Annan used to say. Security hand in hand with development and vice versa. We're going to be seeing this in this space and in this environment. The world is going through an unstable period from natural and human crises, not only coexist, but they intermingle, basically, interweave, and they multiply in natural disasters, in earthquakes and catastrophes, floods, and everything has to do with the influence of climate change and external factors that generate devastation of territories, of peoples, but it has a focus of disfavorable focus on poverty, displacement, vulnerability, and inequality. But this is connected, and that's why we're looking at it globally. This is connected to political interests, to problematics in the states because of geopolitical interests and the global realities of countries. We see how what happens between Israel and Gaza, Ukraine and Russia, all of these phenomena that generate migration problems, everything is interconnected. When we come to Latin America, we see what happens with our countries. We see at the center of gravity of Colombia, and we see how countries like Brazil, Ecuador, Venezuela generate aspects that the armed conflict and the human rights violations that occur. I want to focus on understanding how policies, how strategies, how organizations have generated and created the focus of the objective of sustainable development. It has to do in the sense that the call for attention that they make to protect civilians, to understand that we need to protect the life of people, that we need to diminish poverty, but that we also need to help. And in that sense, we talk about security in Colombia. The National Plan of Development says that the dynamics have changed. Before, we used to talk about different safety. Today, we are talking about food safety, climate change, and regional convergence. But we have to look at it from the threats that we have in national security and in public security. The national security is affected by the borders. As I was telling you, we have an ELN binational in Venezuela that's doing terrorist attacks in Catatumbo. We have actions in Cauca and Putumayo and all of the exits, narco traffic, and but we have an internal reality in our country, in our cities, with extortion, threats that you live there. And this is important because what do mayors and governors look for? They need to understand that they have to find a strategic alliance, and it's very important there how international cooperation works, starting by the effort that the UN does in the cooperation South-Sur-Sur, how developed countries help other countries in humanitarian cooperation, cooperation for development and strategic alliances. I also want to do an important effort that Colombia generates strategic alliances with the intelligence agencies of the USA, and they do so to prevent actions with that everything that has to do with narco traffic and transnational crime. And we focus on transnational territory. That's where we need cooperation, development. We need respect for indigenous peoples, for communities, their being, their territories, and with a focus in sustainable development, with projects and territoriality that allow these people to be part of a state. It is important with this example that I'm going to show you to understand how there's an example in the Department of Caquetá, how you configure a territory from an illegality to legality. We're talking about an example of implementation of agreements. There's an important articulation, the integration of old FARC members, and you require there a mechanism and tools that have to do with collaborative governance, it has to do with security, and it has to do with territoriality of people. Here in this exercise, we integrate countries such as the UN, no, the European Union, with projects that are sustainable, with identity, with people that were part of the FARC and they were reinserted. And here, military tried to make efforts with other engineers to make roads, to integrate people into the territories. And we see coming up next how you integrate forces. On the left side, you see the articulation, the environmental bubble under a strategic line, a roadmap that allows us to integrate everything, to look at threats, but also to reach the territory, but also go into a territory with development and with the capability of government entities with international and cooperation articulation. And there we have the social civil society, other guilds trying to understand that cooperation is important for Colombia when we have a vacuum of power, when we have instability factors, when there are no roads, when there are no health centers, and these are sustainable projects. From 2016, they changed from cocaine to coffee. This is exploited. This is a sustainable project. The cooperation strategy is another example. Here in this district of Chocó that had security issues, the United States with the strategic alliance some years ago build some bridges. They locate them in strategic places so that people can cross. Security is developed, development happens. They allow them to get their products. This generates trust in the population. And here it's an example. We can see an example of teamwork, of trust. And this example is related to 10 bridges granted to us by the US. And in this great alliance, we've seen in other municipalities that have allowed us to improve security. And there we see the three aspects. The center of gravity is the populations, the civilians, and then the well-being of people. And that's why I want to end my presentation telling you that the focus of every government must be the center of gravity must be civilian population. Generate well-being, social well-being, and communitary well-being. From there, we can understand communities, and then we can understand why we need to seek help, generate cooperation. Here are some recommendations that I have, like strengthen the capacity of strategic intelligence with intelligence from the United States. We have narco traffic, but things still remain. But we've gotten results too, and we have to strengthen these actions because we have from the border delicate problems with Ecuador, with Venezuela, with Brazil. We have to define the security from the communitary base, prioritizing mediation, justice, and the building local trust. There needs to be this trust where it hasn't have. We need to reach places where the state has not gone. We need to generate strategies of satellite monitoring and technology innovation with international agencies to raise the capacity of prevention in the threats and natural disasters. We have a lot of disasters in Colombia, but despite the great work of monitoring agency, we fall short. These natural disasters can be prevented. Obviously, Colombia needs to improve, but with good monitoring, as we've been doing it, and we've been doing it from these entities, I think we're going to strengthen our capacities. To strengthen the articulation mechanisms between cooperation between governance, subnationals, and communities, avoiding institutional fragmentation. We're talking about the subnational diplomacy. How do we take this capacity to territories without any type of interest? We need to widen territories of international cooperation with previous diagnostics and presence in on the field. We need their presence there. These leaders that understand that receiving the state, receiving cooperation is part of what Constitution says, and that the government has the obligation. Prioritize territories with productive vocation, strengthening chains of value for farmers, indigenous, and Afro-descendants. We need to recognize that there's a lot of aid in the United States from philanthropies, but not only in the United States. I want to end this presentation telling you that cooperation is necessary. The Colombian government can't do everything. Governments can. They need to articulate. They need to have strategies, cooperation strategies, and that's where we need to aim, where the problems are in the territory, and the population is the the end goal of every government, of every entity, regardless of the interest. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, mi general.
Thank you, my general, for your presentation. We continue with the presentation of Cesar Huitron. Good afternoon to everybody. For me, it's an honor to be here in AmeriGEO 2025, where we can share our criteria, our themes, thematics, and mostly share our experiences regarding what we work directly with Earth observation in the region. To start, I would like to start a brief introduction about what Earth observation is and how this has become a fundamental pillar for development and mostly for security, in which we've built bases over which territorial strategies are built that are more efficient, mainly to be able to understand the current state of our surrounding, design public policies that are oriented to reach collective objectives in our communities. While our observation has become one of the best tools and more transformative of this century, in the realm of integral management for territory is vital because it's allowed us to generate models like early alert, early warning, zonification, national strategy, and urban planning. Everything related to Earth observation and this new technology that we have available. In the part of safety, it has helped us enormously in axes that are key and strategic, like generating space models for vulnerability maps and illegal route maps and corridors for narco traffic, illegal mining and clandestine runways. And these technologies have helped us to manage, analyze, and identify all of these previously mentioned. But all of this information and everything that we have access to lately regarding data, we need to have a component that's more digestible, clear of how to utilize and how to present this information. That's where we have geographic models within this territorial analysis. that while models are spatial representations or mathematical ones of territory that allow us to analyze complex phenomena and decision making based on geographic evidence. And this helps us to simplify all of the information that we acquire through satellite images, through remote sensors and receptors, amongst others, and it allows us to create localization metals, accessibility models, multi-criteria networks, automized AI, and everything is in function of generating more resilient development, safe, secure, and sustainable. While one of the most important problem and one that we need more information on is territory management, fundamented on in geospatial intelligence, and that's where geography comes right in. Milton Santo was saying the power of geography is given by its capacity to understand reality of what we live. And while this intelligence has become in one of the essential components for modern territory management, allowing us to integrate all of these satellite integration, statistics, geographic analysis in real time, giving us some advantages such as territorial diagnosis to know what's going on. Currently in our territories, monitoring these social and environmental dynamics and being able to guide these public policies more efficiently, the results happen by themselves. Better decision making, strengthening interinstitutional cooperation, and optimize resources and anticipate risks. It has allowed us to generate some of the results of this cooperation, both in cooperation but integration with information that's geographic, like monitoring, like expansion, natural risks, land use planification, and socio-environmental conflicts. We've also used all of this technology and the power of the OC within the subject of security and crime prevention. The use of this technology has helped us to strengthen territorial governance, to improve operational capacity from order, and anticipate the crime dynamics in rural, urban, and border realms. The Aegean, we've generated some of the products where we can highlight the model related with the determining of vulnerable zones to drug. This is a multicultural study where we use satellite data and data taken on the field, as well as information built with models to determine where the largest vulnerability to this phenomenon occurs. And what this helps us is to improve the acting of the government, of the entities that are related, and to manage in a better way resources. It has also allowed us to generate models like space models in crime, satellite model for illicit activities, border control management, the identification of territories with weaknesses and presence of the state, and it all falls within the planning of operation and decision making. As you have seen, we have generated and used the satellite information for different themes, territory management as well as security. Nevertheless, we still have some challenges and we have some opportunities as well. Within the challenges that we still see, we have access and data management. Unfortunately, management is not for everybody. Only a few people can handle this information, mainly in GATS, in municipalities where you don't really hear about satellite information, how to download an image, how to use a shape, how to use products as simple as MPKs. It is difficult for them to understand this access. Lack of local technical abilities, yes, of course. Many of them, maybe they don't even have a computer that can hold the processing of information, and this represents a huge weakness. the interoperability of data, also the gaps between connectivity with technology and the costs of information. While we do have a lot of information that's available, thanks to the satellite platforms, as an example, is Sentinel and Landsat, where we have so much information every 6 or 12 days. However, this is limited because these are mid-resolution. In Ecuador last year in 2024, we got to know a report where they said that at the border there were 2,500 hectares of illicit harvests. The methodology had been performed with Sentinel images. We're talking about 10 meters. So we say in-field evaluation, and it was not the case. It was agriculture expansion and mostly associated with palm. So we needed more precise, high-resolution information and data, both geometric but spectral as well. So to access that, we need costs, we need images, information, something that becomes very difficult for institutions. We're talking about saying that we need an image that it could be 5 kilometers by 15 kilometers. This has a cost of $5,000 to $6,000. Then it represents a huge expense for us as an institution, right? So that's where we have to strengthen ourselves thanks to interinstitutional cooperation.
We also have our own challenges as well, institutional and legal challenges like jurisdiction fragmentations, the weak culture of usage of information as well. As we've already mentioned in the past, many different people still don't actually know about how to use this information. The technical capacities that are so limited and the absence of clear legal frameworks that are binding, where you actually provide or showcase exactly how to actually use these technologies. But not everything is bad. There's always opportunities, and from these opportunities, AmeriGEO pops up. So AmeriGEO for us has actually been a much broader and larger vision related to interacting not simply with national institutions, but also with international players as well. Just a small showcase of our path in the last few years. At a first level, the issue of strengthening local capacities, it is necessary to provide training, courses, to teach the different technicians how to actually use these technologies, how to improve their processes based on observation of the Earth and space intelligence. Territorial policies where you actually open up and allow a discourse to actually use these new technologies, how to use these digitalizations from open government, and all the data that we generate as institutions should be actually available for everyone in the world. This is data that we generate. This is data that other institutions actually need, small and big, that need this information in order to use it for their own processes and products, like, for example, for urban planning, for cadastre planning, etc. At a second level, building national and geospatial national platforms. We have a lot of duplicated efforts here, like the issue of early alert systems, and many of these are local. All of this represents separate expenses, and if we actually had a platform at a national level and even at a regional level, we can be speaking that all of us would actually cooperate within the same lines. However, thanks to the issue of AmeriGEO and the Geo groups, we've also had the opportunity to actually build the Geo Tierra Ecuador group that I invite you to look for in Google, where you're actually going to go out and find more information about how we in Ecuador speak with the different institutions at an Ecuador level, how we've been able to build this Geo Earth Ecuador group aligned to the different topics and the different strategies of the World Geo Program. And finally, regional cooperation and international cooperation efforts. It's always going to be important to have support from the region and internationally to establish new guidelines, working lines, to establish public policies, and to improve what we actually do in-house. And somebody said this in a previous talk that I really loved, the interoperability of humans, speaking with all the different institutions at a national and international level, interoperability at human levels to solve problems that we have. The idea here, for me, is always to find the best solutions to what we need, to what we believe and what we need to grow with. And we need to have conversations, we need to partner up, and always we need to open up our doors to all these new evolutions. Thank you so much.
Muchas
Thank you, my dear Cesar, for your presentation. Our third panelist is virtually from the Czech Republic, dialing in. Can you hear us from the Czech Republic? Veronika Kopachikova from the Czech Republic.
Hola, hola. Veronica, can you hear us? Probably you have your microphone off.
Can you hear us, Veronica? Hello, Veronica?
Hi, Veronica, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, Veronica, the floor is yours, please.
Good. So bueno, lo siento, no habla porque me bueno. Now switching, and in my I will present and share activities of useful of mining. This activity falls under the land and water.
Okay.
And as now, I am the point primary for coordinating. And in my presentation, briefly show current EU.
Les pedimos disculpas, la transmisión está cortada.
Okay, next slide.
Veronica, can you use your earphones, please? Because we can hear you very well.
Okay. How about now?
Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you, Veronica.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry for the technical problems. So now I cannot see my presentation. Can you play it? Okay, great. So I will briefly present new geo activity that focus on multi-scale mining impacts. And this activity falls under the land and water sustainability focus area. My name is Veronika Strnadová, and I'm the point of contact primarily responsible for coordinating EU activities. And in this presentation, I will briefly showcase current EU trends in monitoring mining impacts.
Yes, Veronica, we have trouble with the presentation. Let me wait a minute. We're just changing something.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Yes. People is going to change our presentation, so thank you for your patience. Thank you, Veronica. Okay, Veronica, we are just arrange some trouble in the presentation, but you can continue with your presentation.
Maybe I can share it. What do you think?
Yes, if you can share, please do it.
I will try.
Okay, thank you very much, Veronica. Veronica is from Czech Republic, so thank you for your time and for being here at this moment, because I think Czech Republic's about 10, probably? 11, yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's midnight, almost.
A little bit more, okay. Yes, sí, está trasnochada en realidad.
Yeah, she's up late.
So I don't know, can you now see my presentation?
Not yet. Are you sharing, right?
Yes, I'm sharing my presentation.
Now we see it.
Can you see it?
Yes, thank you, Veronica, please.
Okay, great. So I will skip the first slide now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So our recently approved activity has a title, Earth Observation for Multi-Scale Monitoring of Mining Impacts, and the description can be found at the GEO website. GeoMine activity focuses on promoting freely available EO data, platforms, and tools, as well as developing EO indicators for monitoring the environmental impacts of mining activities. Moreover, we also aim at exploring the added value of ready-to-use products and services beyond mining and geology. So, for instance, in the case of agriculture, we can use mineral composition of soil to assess the soil quality and vulnerability to erosion. Who are the contributors so far? So I represent the Czech Geological Survey as well as EuroGeo Service, the European Association of National Geological Surveys. In addition, we have a contribution from the University of Geneva that belongs to top world universities and has strong ties to United Nations. Our aim is to showcase the synergies and added value of Earth observation products across diverse EC-funded projects. However, beyond the EU, we collaborate with the China Geological Survey, which coordinates outcomes from projects in China and several other Asian countries. GeoMine addresses mining at different scales, from large commercial operations to artisanal and illegal activities. Therefore, our goal is to demonstrate scalable state-of-the-art Earth observation techniques that support the entire mine lifecycle and can be deployed across multiple platforms, including close-range sensing UAVs and satellite monitoring. For satellite data, we emphasize open access EO sources, primarily Copernicus Sentinels. We also recognize the growing availability of hyperspectral satellite data, such as Nmap or EMIT, and we explore new cutting-edge applications that leverage these advanced technologies. To give you a clearer picture, I will quickly present two use cases that GeoMine will consider. Thanks to new technology, spectral light-weighted cameras can now be mounted on UAVs, enabling high spatial resolution mapping of hazardous material and polluted waters. These UAV-based maps, however, are limited in extent because they cover relatively small areas. However, the same methods can be scaled up to satellite data spectral and spatial resolution. While satellite-based maps may not achieve the same level of detail for monitoring mapping, for material mapping, they still can map the so-called hotspots, showing us where the hazardous material is. We can then derive multi-temporal hotspot maps that span entire regions or even states, facilitating monitoring of broad areas and trend analysis. In the same way, we can deploy miniature spectral cameras or sensors for real-time surface water quality monitoring. These models can be upscaled to satellite data from platforms like Sentinel-2 or PlanetScope. And this enables the creation of water pollution maps over large areas with a higher temporal frequency that traditional in situ monitoring methods provide. As we focus on Earth observation-based monitoring techniques that can bring benefit to a wide range of mining stakeholders, we have developed an online questionnaire. We start with some basic details or information about the professional background of the person who is filling the questionnaire. And then we aim to identify which environmental indicators or products are most in demand. Through the question, we also gather information on current monitoring practices, and going through, we try to learn what future services should offer to be end-user oriented. So you can find the survey link in the slide. And based on this questionnaire, we create an interactive dashboard that delivers the analytic information. So for instance, the dashboard currently shows that waste rock and tailings characterization is the most in-demand variable. This is followed by acid mine drainage and water quality monitoring. It also provides related information on traditional monitoring practices and desired service parameters, such as preferred spatial resolution and temporal frequency. So again, you can see this dashboard in this slide, and the link is also in this slide.
Muchas gracias, Verónica.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Now we're continuing with our fourth. Thank you very much, Veronica.
Siguiente panelista es Sandra.
Our next panelist, Sandra Rodriguez, please help us with your presentation. The floor is yours.
Bueno, ¿me escuchan?
Thank you. Can you hear us? First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. This is a very important event for us, and we feel very grateful to be able to present and participate. We can say some best practices that we developed from the UN Office Against Crime. And since I have very little time, let me begin. The first things that I want to tell you is, let me talk to you about an application, a monitoring system that was developed since 2016. Is the presentation not there yet?
No. Uy, pero esa es la última. Aquí. Desde el año 2016.
Since 2016, we began this monitoring. You call this the EVOA monitoring. extraction of alluvial gold mining. This monitoring is focused exclusively on the alluvial gold mining extraction process, this type of mining. It does not contemplate Veda-based mining nor subsistence mining, only alluvial mining. What is important to mention here? Obviously, we're speaking about satellite technology. This is done using remote perception information, as we mentioned earlier previously, like Landsat and Sentinel base images, but also high-resolution space imagery. And based on this, what is interesting here? This is cooperation effort that bore fruit from a cooperation between institutions, in this case the Ministry of Mines and Energy and the Colombian government with the Office of the UN Against Drugs and Crime. Another important thing to mention before the details, the alluvial mining in Colombia occurs throughout alluvial landscapes, but in a general fashion in two large modalities. One of these modalities is what is called earth exploitations, or BOA and on Earth, which is done with excavators. And these are the images that you see sometimes in the news, these excavators doing alluvial mining that showcase like if it was a moon crater-like landscape, very affected with huge lagoons, with huge blue, greenish colors that catch your attention, but they have very high contamination levels. And the other modality that is being worked on is that modality that has to do with dredges. Dredges are not leaving those landscapes that are so deforested, that don't look so devastating to sight, that impact the landscape. However, these dredges do produce affectations in the water subsurface, because dredges don't do deforestation, they don't cut down trees, they don't destroy the food, but they do extract the minerals from the underwater areas. So for satellite imagery, we are looking at this, and it's used in many different fashions, or can be used in different forms. So for each different problem or each different activity, there can be a solution using remote perception information. In the case of land-based extraction with excavators, this is done by using different primary interpretation elements, while what has to do with dredgers, since they don't leave that visible evidence behind, what we do is we use the application of spectral specific indexes that actually detect underwater hot points in locations where they're actually performing alterations to the hydro subsoil. And this was just a mouth opener, exactly what the monitoring system actually does. I was telling you that this began in 2016 and now it's 2025, right? What does this mean? That we've been basically working for 8 or 9 years now, measuring and monitoring these aspects. What is important to notice, satellite imagery can actually be used for specific data to come up with numbers and to come up with a quick diagnosis at a given moment. But here the important thing is the monitoring phase, to be able to do a true assessment and follow up, not simply on the activities per se, but mining itself, or in our specific case for Colombia, this is called illegal extraction of gold or mineral deposits. What can this allow us to do? Dynamics can see us where there's new extraction sites, where these extraction sites were abandoned, and where they're headed, where they're going next. Try to forecast this. I'm going to quickly talk about the pillars of the monitoring system that we currently have. I was mentioning earlier that not simply is it where the activities is, but the first pillar that you actually see there is where we talk detection is founded on remote. They're going to tell us where we're going. It involves the geographic context and therefore we can actually use this to measure and dimension where it's located. Obviously, with geographic incorporation, all of these evidence that we're detecting in the satellite imagery and that is done throughout the entire Colombian territory allows us to incorporate other types of information as well, like ethnic territories, protected areas, areas that have other activities that are permitted, like the UN has also monitoring for other types of threats as well, which are illegal crops. And later on, we're going to show you a slide where we showcase precisely that these territories where we have the different activities for legal activities, not only do we have illegal activities, there could be several illegal activities, and many different illegal activities can occur in an area, because these territories that are vulnerable territories and the different elements in these vulnerable territories are the ones that facilitate and make it easy for illegal activities to arise and remain in the territory afterwards. The second territory is related to the legal framework. First, we know how much there is, how much mining. The first report that was published in 2016, they took to 79,000 hectares of extraction evidence, but they didn't tell us exactly what was legal and what was not legal. The second pillar now that was included in 2018 now talks about exactly how many of all of this evidence are actually legal and how many are illegal evidence. Why the differentiation? Because mining or legal mining, the one that is done with technical environmental licenses, also has an impact and it's also measurable. However, we differentiate this with illegal mining because it has management and mitigation efforts that are different. The third pillar here is the one that is related to with environmental restrictions, which is guided by the Colombian laws and the mining code and the mining laws in Colombia, which is related to Law 686 of 2001. And here they've really focused on where exactly you can mine and where you are not allowed to mine in terms of environmental restrictions. Let's continue. So what do we get with all of this? Measurements in a certain period, but also the dynamics. Here you're actually seeing the geography, of course. You're seeing in the slide here, you're actually looking at a bar graph. You're actually looking at a graph, a bar chart that showcases where the green color is there, or orange, and the red, where precisely we actually get to witness. The bar tells us exactly how much evidence we collected, but the red, the yellow, and the green tells us how much is an illegal activity. So just imagine the red is what is illegal in Colombia, and we're above 70% of the gold alluvial extraction is illegal in Colombia with no technical or environmental permissions. More than 70% is illegal in Colombia, alluvial mining. And as you can see, we've seen where it comes from, what has happened, where they're heading, and how it's moving. The map, what it showcases is exactly where this extraction is happening. It's illegal extraction. What we're speaking about, the retro, we're in the northern part of the country, and in the Pacific region, Colombia, Pacific region. In the departments that where you see this more, Chocó is the one that most illegal mining occurs in Colombia. And the part that you're seeing in terms of rivers, which is another methodology also based on remote perception systems and spectral technology, it showcases the different rivers where the extraction is actually occurring, where there's evidence of illegal extraction. Where you see the most red, there's greater points, there's greater alteration and more evidence of illegal mining. It doesn't mean that there's more dredges. No, it means that there's more extraction, but possibly it's very related with the number of dredges or the different platforms that are being worked on. All of this is only happening with data of emissions. Where it's located, what departments, what municipalities, what territories, what ethnic communities, what protected areas this is affecting. But we have to take this to a geographic incorporation. So we began to use other type of information to collaborate to come up with new diagnosis or new information at a geographic level. This is what we call geographic incorporation. What do we have here? Well, we mix this, or we incorporate threats and information related to threats, institutional strengths, and different features that the territory has.
What can we obtain here? We have a series of maps that can come out easily. We can do monitoring on protected areas. The map on your left is showing us what are national natural parks. We can do a follow-up of the buffer where these evidences are coming up through, where illegality is happening. And what does this tell us in institutionality? Where we need to go to work, where we need to go to strengthen or to do control or prevention or strengthen communities that are in those territories. It also tells us about what's the percentage of illegality and what's the deforestation or the loss of coverage of environmental coverage throughout the years in each of these territories. You can also mention, we can do the integration where we can see with the reference information the hydrographic basins that are affected, the ethnic communities, reserves, black communities, and the dynamics through the years, not only in retrospective, but in prospective. Additionally to this, what do? Okay, now we have the data, we've seen maps, we've done cross references within a geographic context, so we took it to a territory that allows us to have more integral analysis of the situation to be able to move from our focalization of strategies or policies on trustworthy information. So how do we do with this? As I mentioned it initially, is articulated work with the mining ministry and it goes to the territory. We focus it on territory. So here we have the first case, a Guape case in the Pacific of the Colombia, because in 2018 it had an increase of almost 400% increase from one year to another of extraction. So we did an accompaniment for a year. We went as an office of the UN, but the government held that visit, and we started with a training and informing the people of norms, of what can be done, of what cannot be done. Within the communities. What did we find? This is additional information, and we found it in a lot of parts of the territories that the community is not even aware that it's illegal. The community is in their own territory, they're in their place, but what goes beyond, below the earth, the soil, is illegal. They're not aware of this. So we need to inform people that they need to comply and meet some technical commitments with the environment so that they can link to being more legal. So the result of this was that it ended up being an illicit zone, and we consolidated an ethnic mining zone that has priority to have mining rights. This is formed by 5 community councils in the municipality of Guape. And I think I ran out of time. Okay, thank you very much. Our 5th and last speaker will be joining us from Chile. I don't know if he's already connected and can hear us. I can hear you fine. Can you hear me? Oscar Figueroa, welcome. Can you hear? Yes, can you hear me? Yes, wonderfully. Okay, great. Please go ahead with your presentation. I remind you to please make sure you only take 10 minutes in your presentation. Thank you very much. You're very kind. I'm going to put my stopwatch. Okay, could you please play the presentation? First of all, I want to thank AmeriGEO Week for the invitation to participate in this activity. Also for the Military Council of Ecuador. I've been working with CIPG, with the International Pan America for Geographic Studies. We have a geo course of geocriminology, which is geographic information. And what I'm going to explain to you right now is going to be the experience, Chile's experience, and then my participation when I was an officer with the Carabineers in Coronel, and also as a cartographer and specialist in systems of information. Please, next slide. Chile is going through a very important period on satellite subjects. We've been seeing it for a while. We have owned satellites, and the last time, since 2023, Chile has a new satellite system, Delta, ESA Delta, and a series of constellations that are going to allow spatial development for Chile in different realms. And one of them that we've been prospecting is the subject of security in several aspects. In the processing of satellite images, identification of suspicious patterns, and the prevention and early action in a new process of harvesting, per se. In Chile, Chile is not a country that produces drugs. Generally speaking, drugs come from other countries, but in the last period, we've seen cannabis production that that used to be produced back in the day because it was a prime raw material to tie bags, but now it's being used for cannabis consumption. And a project was developed where, starting from work that we worked with the Center of Natural Resources, Carabinier Center, and some specialized drug unit, we focused on an objective to identify the sativa cannabis. So basically, this is a project that is born by the need of maximizing the processes of a search for cannabis. It always happened using a helicopter. We need to understand that patterns are historic patterns are identified of the cannabis plantations in certain places. So we would do patrolling with a helicopter, with an expert eye by the pilots and by the police officers who know how the cannabis is seen. They could identify the plantations. But this would exclude us from places, from new places, right? So what we did was to identify marijuana plantations that had been recently identified with this model of helicopters. And at those times, in those moments, professional geographers and cartographers would go from SIDEN and from Carabiniers. We have to explain that Carabiniers have advanced in cartography quite a bit for criminal analysts. They've hired maybe 100 criminal analysts for cartographers, and there are a lot of professionals working in Carabiniers. And with an spectrometer, we would do a spectral reading, and then we would do a process with the software that the specialists know, like ERDAS, NB, and others, to be able to identify the angle, spectral angle. It is complex because you can get a reading for one side of Chile. As you know, Chile is a very long country, so between one zone and the other of harvesting, we can have 1,000 kilometers. So for this reason, the geographic conditions make the spectral curves to be different from one place to another. So the spectral curves are different. So can we go one more slide, please? The next one, please. Okay, no, the presentation's not there. Go back, please. The previous one. I want to state this idea. The idea is to identify the spectral curve with satellite images that gives a more idea on information geographic that allow us to make the location smaller, and then with drones that have hyperspectral cameras, maybe we can advance towards a more precision images. Next slide, please. In regards to the migration patterns, we see a complex migration problem. Chile has had a spontaneous migration recently, and they go through the desert of Atacama. This is a very complex sector, and the use of satellite images allows us to identify pathways, non-legal paths, also to identify locations like that places that can be used by drug dealers for the entering of drugs, and to put all of this information in a geographic database with satellite image that is constantly updated and that allows us to have a constant monitoring and use of the systems of geographic use. This is next slide. And for example, we can identify, like the case of Bolivia, the chutos, which is a problem that stolen vehicles, a lot of vehicles are stolen in Antofagasta, even in Santiago, and they're taken over to Bolivia. And then in Bolivia, these vehicles are legalized, are sold. Here we have an image that it is satellite image where we identify these vehicles, these cars, and then these images can help us as proof to be able to take some legal action for the government action. All of this information that is updated with the current Chile team would allow us to have better control of the territory as well as of urban aspects, improving satellite images, producing cartography, and other types of situations that could improve the use of the territory, understanding one thing, which is that criminals act in patterns. Criminals always have the same patterns. In the case of marijuana, they always plant in the same places because they know the places, they know the locations, they know where there's access to water. So, in one way or another, aspects like environmental criminal, with all of the tools that we're talking about with satellite images, are a great tool to prevent crimes, to early detection of marijuana plantations, and this would allow us to reach these places with less complexity. And this is a project that we hope that can be developed with greater strength in coming up in the near future, specifically with the development that is being done by Chile's Air Force. And here I'm going to leave you with some words with the geographic information must flow for everywhere, for everybody. Each user knows what that information can be useful for. As a provider of information, I have to make this information available. Satellite image can serve for transit, for transportation, for urban networks, for crime. It allows me different things, but what's important is that the image can be always available for the professionals on security areas and all other areas. I just concluded 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oscar. I think that we're all very happy, maybe a little tired, but all of our speakers have met our expectations. Yes, I stress our gratefulness to Geo Colombia to represent our country as a host and as a moderator for this panel. Thank you for having me here, and I want to thank all of the speakers for your valuable interventions. We've heard enriching experiences that incorporate satellite security and environment monitoring. It's important to know that we not only need to consider security for resilience when we're talking about conflict or wars, but territorial focus to protect people, their ways of life, and their environment regarding threats and how these can affect their well-being and development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our speakers for this intervention, for speaking. Thank you for having participated of this second day of AmeriGEO 2025. We're going to take the official group photograph to close our agenda with the surprise that I was telling you about that we're saving for you. Please welcome our cultural sample of group Davin 77, who will be helping us to close today's day. We're concluding today by thanking everybody, all of the participants, speakers, moderators for being with us today. It's been a very productive day to learn how AmeriGEO impulses regional cooperation, data exchange, and the use of geospatial information to face common challenges and promote sustainable development in Colombia and all the region. We want to see how you live this experience from your social media. Remember to post stories with the hashtag AmeriGEO 2025. For those of us who are online, thank you very much for being with us from the IGAC YouTube and the IDEAM as well. Thank you very much for joining us today. We will see you tomorrow at the same time, same YouTube channel, same auditorium within the National University, and great afternoon.